Chosen one.
We're getting there. We're going to start off with a couple of lessons, a few lessons this morning. Something you can understand in English. Now we'll move on to blessings in ancient languages from around the world. What's up, boys? I'm in Michigan myself. Always a musical beginning. I do, I do strive for that. Indubitably. For glory. Fourth wall break. I heard people talk about fourth wall break, and I keep thinking about what's the fifth wall break? How do we get beyond that? I see what people are doing, and I'm like, okay, that's where people are. How do I take that next step where nobody been? That's where I go with that. Much love and blessings. I'm gonna set this gadget here to the side and kick off with a few blessings here. And we beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kinematonket, the Divine Mother, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kinematonket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Ket, the water of life, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, our lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breast. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady, Kinematonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thy own glory and incorruptibility. Kitameton ket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility, life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me. Kinematon ket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness is surely mine, is mine. Kinematon ket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fuel of thy breath. We are the star of Hikopateara upon thy brow. We are thy queen, enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Here, Lady Kemetonket, and receive our ayakata, our prayer. Thee, we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kemetonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Gabanakar. We are the wife and sister of the king Esau. We are she who rises in the dawn star. We are she who is called the Neteret of women. We are she who separated heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship, ascension. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Esau, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kemetonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kemetonket, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Iser, 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 Kemetonket, Kemetonket, Kemetonket. Graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Boom, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy and unto death and even into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Here as we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Rekhet, Lady of Paket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother and Horizon of Aru and heaven, and the attendant of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra, deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethanom Shinu, Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikopatera, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wasteland, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellion, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethanim Devkami Shinu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crown, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezar, greater than he said, Sefiparam Hasro, Butishtif, greater than Hafor, Pasha Kasa, greater than Bast, Parahaka Kaparo, greater than Mahat, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amta, Vaminta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Saul, Rastor, Lady of Tepnepa, Lady of Aru of Yavin, thou art the Neteret, Damisesher, destroyer of holder, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen, Parahaka Kapuru, mightier than the Natanumid of Mealshinu. From the Adonad of Kabratnu Aresha rises unto thee, who maketh sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen, Parahaka Kapuru, mightier than the Natanumid of Mealshinu. Preserve beyond death that secret name, O being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourself in thee. Homage to you, Hikopatera. Hail to the Nathanumid of Camille Shinu, who came forth from thy members. O Hikopatera Sasa Tim, purify us, Karna of our prayers. Thou art the great I in thyself, whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful. unto those that are oppressed. O thou living, fending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nethernumet of Kamiel Shindu, Lord of the great throne, Hikopearataten, and eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse, active one who came forth active, Una Lum, who renews what already is, whose respect is great in the Anar. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one. O Taten and the Ka of all the living were created in the image of Ikupatera, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. Fires of life burns in thine heart. Here was created from the thoughts of Hikupateara's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Hikupateara's tongue. Hikupateara's heart guides the Anar, while Hikupateara's tongue directs humans. The Tumra had to labor to create the Anar. Hikupateara had only to speak, and the Anar was created. Hikupateara called the names of Shu and Tupnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anar. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. The tumra thinks only the thoughts of Hikupatera, while the anad speaks only the words of Hikupatera. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Taten, and thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikupatera is the creator of all crafts and trades. For Sepiparam Hasro Hutishtiv is the great defender and beloved of Hikupatera. For Nefertum, protector of the two lands, and for all the Nethernomid of coming out, Shin you of Memphis. O our Nethernomid of coming out, Shadow of the Primeval Mound, Hail unto thee, great art thou, revered art thou, who made Aru the heavens after the conception of Unalum's own mind, who suspended Aru the heavens by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Hikuptera. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western heavens of Aru, like all the mysterious Nethernumidic ocean of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine Anard and thy mysterious seed, like our beast, thy son, who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shed, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones, and the hereafter Duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine Anard. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Lord, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Hikopatearasasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Hikopatearasasatim, captain of millions of names, hear our ayakana, hear our prayer, and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikopatearasasatim, and come mansion thee, Hikopatearasasatim of Tatenan. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are new bet, our ears are apuat, our nose is kinshefs, our lips are sebek, our teeth are kipara, our neck is keremet on ket, the divine mother. Our hands are Keremu, the Lord of Tatu. Our forearms are Knaith, the lady of Saris. Our backbone is Sut, our privy member is Isar, our reins are the Lord of Karab, our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one. Our belly and our backbone are Siket. Our buttocks are the eye of Heru, our hips and thighs are Nut, our tongue is Hikupatera, and our feet are Hikupatera. Our fingers and leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of some Netanomid of Shin. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. To Hudi shieldeth our body altogether, and we are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men nor Shin, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those of olden times, nor any mortal, nor human being. We come forth in advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering. O Father, Mother, and we give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our ka. We give you our names, and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine. O Father, Mother, and we give you our sorrow, and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hikupateara Tantinin of light. May your light be our light. O Hikupateara of mercy. May your compassion liberate us. Giver of life to all of creation. Such does the all flow forth. We who came forth from your body, we are Hikupateara Tantinin. O Hikupateara of life, light, and mercy. Hear our ayakana. Hear our prayer. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, Hiru the king, may rest upon thy throne as the king of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahat, while the lands and the countries fall beneath his feet forever. May Kiku Beterat Hartin and sword victorious. Let Unalum be divine before thee, possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows, Lord of the double feather and shining ornaments brilliant, who makes the nethernude of male shin alive, radiating, the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakarnatar, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped Geb, you assembled your own flesh, you counted your members, you had no father who engendered you, when you were born into the existence, no mother who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing for Hikupatirasasate many hymns. Una Lum, who created the Nethanumidel Kamiel Shinyu, the men and all the animals, who created all the kingdoms, the river banks and the very green, singing on Una Lum's behalf, a creator of the kingdom, a gift of the living king, the Hikupatearasasatim, south of his wall, Sekhmet, defender and beloved of Hikupatearasasatim, Hikupatearasakar, Lord of Shafiat and Disoro, Nebuchadnezzar. May you all allow our Ka to come forth in the day to see the Atma. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are they whom has first been true to Hikopateira since we were first on a car. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the bark of Alsar, celebrating the district of Bukar, for the spirit of the hereditary prince, sole friend, royal deputy of the two lands, royal scribe, all have been vindicated. Hikubatera Sasakim of emerald skin, the beautiful face with a Poshish beard, wearing a skull cap crown. Thy form is hidden, though thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikubatera Sasatim, we invoke and invoke thee most graciously of thy own free will. Bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and night and into the unknown home. Kepra, ra ra ra, tuma tuma tum, kantu kantu kantu. Arasimitor Kishabu banana Ishmtorina, Arasimitor Kishabu banana Ishmtorina, Arasimitor Kishabu banana Ishmtorina, Abrada, Abrada, Abrada. Boom. That was permanently taken care of. Good call, Camel. Boom. Good call, Camel. Yo, what's up, little bro? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. 3:26. So what's that? 9 minutes. to 6 minutes till 3:33. I don't know. I'm just kind of winging off the top of my head. I ain't even putting nothing together there. Yeah, that'd be 6, right? Whatever. I'm just seeing 6s and 3s and yeah. So I'd like to go through a breathwork meditation. It's not so much a meditation as it's more breathwork. And what we're actually doing is it's my favorite doctor. He's anyways, he has 12 programs. It's on the Gaia channel, and it's called Rewired. Dr. Joe Dispenza. Okay, Dr. Joe Dispenza on Rewired. And on the last program, the first like 11, I think it's 12 total, or maybe 13 total. Like forget, like all the way up until the last episode. Dr. Joe Dispenza comes out and he shows the research, he shows the studies, he shows the scans, he shows the actual results, he gets technical on the data, he explains what he's talking about, real study, real world stuff, science like at its finest. And essentially, the last episode, he shares how to reach this state, how to create this miraculous healing for yourself. Okay. And essentially, that's what I'm sharing. And I don't share breathing techniques because if you do the breathing technique wrong, you can do yourself internal damage and not know it. So it's important that you know what you're doing on the breathing, or else don't try. Just let it be natural. Just take your nice deep breaths how you do, or calm or loud. It's important. Okay. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to inhale, and as we're inhaling, we're tightening this up. We're bringing this up. This is firm, shoulders going up. Okay. As I'm bringing that air up in oxygen, I'm raising all my energy. I'm bringing all this energy forth, my muscles contraction. And as hold my breath, it's important on this portion. As I bring it all the way to the top, I'm going to hold my breath for a moment. While my breath is locked, while my breath is still, I'm not breathing, I'm holding my breath. At that point, I'm holding all that together in the body, and at that moment, I'm going to squeeze my perineum as if like I'm stopping midstream from using the bathroom, and so I'm gonna pull that energy up in my groin, and by doing and then before I start relaxing my breath, before I breathe, I'm going to release that energy. I'm going to release that, and then I'm going to go release my. And as soon as I start, oh, everything's relaxed, 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 relaxed. Okay, and then the next one is holding tension, squeezing, and then I'm gonna let go of that squeeze, and then I'm letting go of this tension. Breath is flowing. That's a correct flow. I haven't actually done it in a while. Pay attention. I'm gonna say it again because I plugged up a step. So just make sure we got the correct sequence. So breathe in, bringing up, tight. Brings coming tight, up in the lungs, down. I stress it down, lungs, stress is up, shoulders are up. And as that happens, hold the breath. As you hold the breath, contracting in perineum, that's holding up, holding the breath, and then release that. And then tension is releasing in the whole body, everything is releasing, and all the air comes out. And then repeat. And what this actually winds up causing, okay? He did the studies, he followed the math, followed the results. I was doing it, I had the results. He showed me this little trick. Shoot, I tried what he showed, and I was like, dang, that was pretty darn solid. So what winds up happening is you got that little third eye up here, right? That gland up here. Now there's a little piece of crystal in there, a little tiny little, and if there's pressure applied to it, it'll actually start to emit a pulse. Forget about forget about that calcification effect for a moment. You just need to apply pressure, just like on a piezoelectric effect on a quartz crystal, starts emitting a pulse. That's how you activate it. Because when you have all this energy here, it's all lined up, it's all centered, and then you tighten, that closes the energy off and it forces that energy up. And literally, that energy coming up literally puts pressure and literally starts that going pulse. You do it 3 times in a row, some pretty solid results. It's 3:32, so I hope you kind of work through that there yourself, because I'm going to start the jam here in just a moment. The jam. circle now we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy ear to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather not. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty by cup and shield, and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you fly to rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boughs and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind, Bael. Make light this be dark and night in our right. Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zidingatikia Kampa, Zidingatana Kampa. Hear me, all that I summoned forth by name. Come to me by your heaven. Answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through a loving family. Renosi Sekui was on Putura, the Hirusha, and Jusiruka, got a cookie, Jane was but to keep a set of trolls. I beat it to who shot and Sena Saramen. On by Shramatay Suakum Vajumanatayas, Varnuna, Naran, Jumbong, so Monishan, Yasuakan, and Freyas, Vaha. Onde trashi patano sua, onde trashi atrashi paranas vaha, ruda dira, ruda da ruda da ruda da, king on strong, strong. Hai Basharman Tayas Wakum Haya Ramana Tayas Vaha Ahazar Hang on Kong Unamugusana Barong Namana Samantha Pasharam Hum who hay Heroku Ring on Kong and Yamada Suwakum Yaya Mayas Vaha E Wawi Wawi on when he got it about high walk home so he can look at you but it's a hard and hang on from when she reached his walk home she shot at Ayas Kumong kangeng rung na pa siya no suwa ko man karti buba be bobo be bot biar bobo be rong kamin no si se que waves on but right ahead Hirusho and Jusir Kai Kari Kotigen was my half of the tolls I bit to deep seconds and I settlement para Shukushu Baru Kema Bomo la Bobo Genera Bobo Colano but it was sort of stand pala sort of frequent Lulu Moshanabo Pluni Lulu Kugolo Incorporate Shugilla Gobogamo Mosho Kurizuluma Bobo Moruka Agisiku Gigamakam Kanam Bakalamus Kinikibilan Shoshamashanana Saronin Barmanatu Zizi Machinana Runa Ramangi Dumutuku Atagiki Lugulu working when psychology or any Peru Karina Kalak Panutu Kutuku Mash Persana Sagani Mashi Saru Malaba Kedal Lukatar Marata Korba Matuku Rakurius Sorulu Banmaskin to Terigugim Lugatan Makio Panukuna Lokata Makio Pano Fishu Sorolimer Batu Sarima Shekaranu Zulomana Darbo Gibir Balanata Madu Tagat Tukumash Mashi Sorimash and Rosu Gorimash Rosu Seraptico Paparasus Kampalu Palap the board I can go at King Batadi Waru Kakutamu Minuam Kashti. We are also to know whom is found perfect before the nephenomid of male Shin Yu. We had said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Esau triumphant, and Esau Nopus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit, the eternal Nathanum of Kmiel Shin Yu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nathanum of Kmiel Shin Yu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hootie, making victorious assault over his enemies. That of battle and of making the fettering of the symbol. Day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world. Night that of making to stand the jet into jet to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as Tahuti. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Havarani too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved all set, our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us, this may be so, in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kidmet Donket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Ronofus will confirm. Lady Olset and Nebi Sorafi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free wills, beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness to a divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Likim Linus Kiri Saxar Petum Articuli Torni Dialo Meshar Kemesh Lucian Siamia Ratu Kirsha Isaiah Garia Biasha Biasha Jerica Jerica Dupiera Laka Isaiah Riega Limakuno Kimakutri and Tilly Shami and Zumria Isaiah and Zumria Riega and Zumria Biasha and Zumria Zilika and Zumria Tierra. Inazumia Black, Inazumia Tata, Inazumia takes Yen and Simri, Yarata Karuba, Inazumia Satanika Nish, Mashkapulu, Tamatunu Nish, Kibel Game Lubu, Tamatunu Nish, Matuk Mashalani Root, Tamatunu Nish, Kishwakamikunu Root, Tamatunu Inazumia, Utah Sama. Ya, Runani Nini Perik Baka Bora Karbor Bakar Bares, Bakar Baez, Bakar Bora Karbor Bakar Baez, Perik, Bedenim Nini Badunani Ya, Korboria, Atin by Gora, Atin by Gora, Ya, Ki Yazak, Duty, Kiga Soru, Kiga Ya. Stream Cream by Swavarukani, Rim Paswaha, 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 Cream by Swavarukani, Rim Paswaha, Cream by Swavarukani, Rim Paswaha, Mainstream Cream by Swavarukani, Rim Paswaha. Nushu Bambi Gatsuki Got Sharamare, Guru, Lamas, Niku, Dingani, Nabu, Nexini, Kugari, Shumu, Kufu, Siani Kampazi, Kampakalo, Parana, Parbara, Shakparaki, Gimbara, Lord Bala, Maskimbara, Tuparali, Papara, Tubara, Subara, Karubara, Rukubara, Gorobara, Lutubara, Tuksalatina, Zulala, Sulatina, Begin Solatina, Zumula, Zolatina, Zulingi, Zolatina, Zumaskin, Solatina, Zulatina, Zuzi, Yankopazi, Kampa. Sigar Bari Nagisha Jorki Shor Marshal Jigar Bari Sigar Shubanai Sharman Amtai Indoresha you are the goo. Dianam Dea Sarasavita Sanamaria Varti Nariana Sajishiri Salasani Players of Kalamakulu Puravan Kaditi Hariharan Maya Poputra Sankaranam Skaran Mantua. Home from Mitra Yatam home from Yatam home Soya Yatam home from Banavar home from Karitam home from Pistatam home from Yatam Yatam home from Marikariatam home from Mariatam home from Sabitram home from Marikariatam home from Pascaram home from him home from Rosri for Sorry Yatam Parashi Ayasha Slamskaran Yakovan Dene oppression while I'm very ambitious and Kajayarte Hong Kong Mong Heroes of Hong Kong Shimashaka Shabi of Shabi, Tiame, Shamisha, Kimatino, Kutushu, Mishulu, Rizulu, Rata Duku, Epitashu, Kimamen are doing at the Kili, Tushunuli, Mutumanaku, Shunalini, Shumanaku, Digin, Shunali, Shumanaku, Tari, Ramashalu, Shasha, Charushi, Arkushi, Arki, Shurku, Shilling, Shabakam. Bilkashum money and do to station Rani Marki Parigazi, Ayasi, Gara, combined in Modo for Semitov Shabu Banana Torina, Barbagi Bill Bagiara, Kamar, no Shariul and Kanushi, Shariul, Kakushi, Shariul, Skunushi, Shariul, Sikunushi, Shariul, Kunushi, Shariul, Kunushi, Shariul, Kunushi, Shariul, Kunushi, Shariul, Kunul, Kutina, Zumuya, Utah, somehow. Agmasara to his maceration, usually notices animalani rebutis may adabati pinadina lakilim dalsi kunushilani mushitis masaratis masarati bites masaratu masaratu aga masaratu ya masaratu karavarboni shumashkori ya masaratu sikia kumpabar golomen kia shotabara masarat para Vishnu Misal, where the Mahum Sam Kubara, Yatnamadu Mutap Kubara, never Kuru, the Prompi, without Bumi Devi, Metandu Mutem, Sectorum, Mena, and have the Saturn Tarin, a Cape Tatasur. There, the September Sirio took so far to try Sanahami Sanar, Yatamahomi, and dry at the Markup Strop and Romtes, Zako, Americans, no seconds to Nam Second Tax, Wexaka Kastek, and Anekapek Tag, Naisari Sep, Saruna Pek, Korol, Kutulu, Tata, like Agnium Namanari, Yatama. Omami Omari Katam Happy Arama Saratu Taria Maranambi Nukati so Kisaran Kesek Patuku week the air the egg correct or tan and activity at Tamor Matuianu Yangi and Edic Sasarum Summer Exercise at Namha Pamparunari at Nama himself Paruna Paradu Sermalaya Matani Senukins Kisarunam Sexaruna Pegments Absolute or Maurtu and Drotas of sitting at an sitting at Kiakabas Bay by Omium Bayor, where the Hammer sitting Morkala Bolulu Morbatu sitting and an sitting at Kiakamo to Sutarata to Alagas and to Titakalai, Adui and Leoning and Kisa Peo, Himmer and Namhata Pramuna Mohar, Misarato, say American Capram Caparu, Nevim Caprasha Capram. Morora or Lulu attack to the Kagane Shatinemu Mahashat had used Saramas for the Umukated Sakers to Judem Root have measured with Pernator Rim from Soyar Yat Namaho Prim Stream Shantra Yat Namaho I mean Prim Stream Mangali Yat Namaho I mean Stream Bamburi Yat Namaho on Prim from the Spati Yat Namaho I mean Prim Stream Shukra Yat Namaho on Prim Stream Samchari Yat Namaho Omim Prim Robert, the Mahomim Prim Kituber, the Mahajapushim, some Kasham Kishama, Haya Mahadayur, Mitamurim Sarvat Paknam, Round Hushin Divakaram Shadi Shankata Shaban, Kishor, Samapam, Namami Shatam, some Borum, Tapu Sharatnam, Tarani Karbas, Butam, Vidu Karti, some of Prabam Kumaram Shakti, Hasam Tamagalam, Paramim, Payam Kukari, Sharma, Perla, Maboram, Somia, Sumia, Guram, Patam, Buhan, Ramamiam, Devanam, Tari, Sharam, Shagorum, Kinchana, Sanipamburi, Putum, Kisham Tamami, Prias, Fatim, Marina Labande Yaram Paramam Kurum Sarfa Pravataram Barkapam Pranamami Angela Sabas Ravi Putramiam Grajam Chachaya Putana Butum Tamnamami Sanaswara Mapakari Mahapiam Chandran Tika Mortaram Senegal Garbas and Putum Tamrahum Pranamami Pushpas and Karsham Saraka Graha Master Romakum Tom Ketum Pranamami Promo Kori Kori Pamu Soshi for me, Sukapara Shoshu Krashani Garu to Serva Graham Mama Super Patam Kurume Shanti on Purbat was for Omratas Victor Banamu Brasi, the Union Patrudaya Omratsua, Hariam Patsua, Nanasin, number city, Asini, and Nambasam Ganasai, Kampama, Gabati, and Nakama, Shrianazia, Kampai, Magia, Kamagia, against the Nakia, Chakus, Nabokuru, Nabokurios, Murios, Yasto, Yarikatu. Yazina Bos Mozar Fornes can Palas Akashian Pasas and Bosa Tartus can Paya Gashia Sasio Marias Yamakali Story Ushia Yanana Yanan Yarashapa Marchas Kardini Yaramilo Yastari Kampa Inanas Yarma Kampapi Sarma Kampaya Yabi Sorurki Mashudu Yadu Yasorulu she's got a Maria Yatariet you but Yakan Yakan Pasiting Garustu Yakan Pazishas Yatagusi Perutukan Pa Yashrakan Pa Yatan Kormas Baruna Kormas Baru Yanakar Yazian Kakan Pa and Garia Gordia Yan Yazian Gerdia Kampaya Kantalama Kiatara Marukumu Marukumu Perus Galaya Ragia Garia Mapa Bornesio Maruku Yatuku Surim Sagarim Azara Sakarapelo Kuku Nim Kamanu Artuki Andara Yazi Batu Bagu Teriku Baga Kampa as the exact but Basak Bar selling a new Shubi Suki you got his sister Martin Guru Klamas Nikutin Gadina Puyu next and Kukari to Vajani Prishasas to Mamshasha Karnatur Mokuni Purani Devi Party Parandira New Rasta Chalasi Vivar, the Obior, the Viara Matari, Parti Chandra Sunrata Yaranti, Asban, Tusiama, Swarshbahi Arani Arvorna, Portalojar, Suri, Urshapra, Chief of Arni, Visual, Parti Sharsia Martarsia. Ketu Samara Mot Ham Charani Yamana Chakorani Varnavariasiar Vasvar Vashur Never Chianvar Tima Warning Shariati Swar Sarasia Partinis Vara Jaran Visur Barca Soram Saranta Diva Parpar Virtia Abchar Vorder Vimushar Sam Vivarti Imprav Vortor Namasa sorti mordvam marur dar divi parjo shurechar chauroshara rosharan varan ratara varti divu arketer bugyar varti rudas chitra masar ardiarti marna varsha sambivarti Tiarama Meshitra Vietnam Barikshar Narutarsia Varu Sharshavar Mi Arshanyan Varshara Mari Mortasia Varunasya Maria Chondreva Barnum Vidare Portra onde Kati Yarni Yarin Namahar Kati Yarni Mahamadia Mahamaria Mahayogini Yashwin Nam Kupsur Tam Devi Parti Mekoroter Namaha om Devendran Namastur Yam de Papri Bar Mimi Vivar Hambar Garor Yam Shrikara Parcha Deri Meom Ring Kati Yarni Swaha French ring Kati Yarni Swaha Om Shankar Sankarshan Morji Pabir Bansai Purusha Chatushti Ave Chaparti Medehi Kurpuru Swaha Om Kati Yarni Mahamadia Mahayogi Yardeshwar Nam Kupsur Devi Parti me Guru Terama he Korandi Shankar Hari Kiri Yata Pam Shankar Pri Yata Manpur Yur Kari Yarni Karta Sotoro Bam Om Devendrani Namastur Yam Devendra Pri Bami Vivar Hamaria Nor Yam Suri Karam Shatter me Om Hang Over Nama he Korandi Shankar Kini Yata Pam Shankar Pri Yata Mam Guru Kari Yarni Kan Kartar Sotoro Bam Oster kemeton keteli param hasro petishte papur kate starte diana itemetically not kichi marni to wail from mother into her we return as a drop of rain falling into the ocean as a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic key. Say it personally, say it with me. I am the cosmic key. No torno 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 no torno 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 no torno 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 on board Hatas Peter Banyam Berguru Masih Adir Manyanji Nido Prachorayar Prachorayar Ipsufik Shushik Shus Shush Horizontal Toro Rata Rora Roro Tora Rabra Gong Gong Gang Gang Ying Ying Gong Hong King Hong Bong Gong Gong Sling Dong Gong Gong Dong Bong Makalubaka kita glugadar marate kon bora duka kudama sari masikaranu yakin gubarani mo yakin gubarani musari masikaranu waruka kudamo duka kudamo logadar marate kopo malapa kita kudamo sari masikaranu yakin gubarani mo duka kudamo logadar marate kopo malapa kita om trama kom jama sum di var haram rupa mika mutra mur mo sheri ya ter namaha rim hum shom chong kum mahu jeri ke Shong Kong Kong Cream Shing 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 Kung Shing 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 Shong Shong Kong Kuji Erika Kuji Erika Krum Shong Shong Hum Mare Agri Porana no Croazi Nai Shukra Nama Shim Shring Haimon Pasom Medehi Surprise Om Kring 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 Kali 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 Spa Sarva Vista Medehi Me Mahalia Yarnama Thanking Joe Shu Lang Tien Zun Tan Ching Ching Joe Wu Lang Tien Jun Su Bo Ho Shue Share Short Go Moribo Soku Moribo Soku Bornibo On Borbar Vaswa Tapsa Victor Banyam Berkulo Vasia di Mari Dion no Pratu Bayar Amadeva Turipas Subrakan Babar Sar Taras Vim Sam Capilo Sorna Yashna Varkia Barmocha Barkin Kortorma Orgal Viasa Roma Sargiasa Corser Cabarta Polasia Mornurka Passa Marara Casiar Pagatrios Nostro Brati Branti Tristo Jair Piaterjarti Asakvarti Antesagarti Terti Aterti Vir Prastar Dan Parti Terti Bretri Corti Sanskerti Aksar Dan Bor Boas Wahar Jortis Marti Arki Praja Parti Somar Sanat Savita Redi Bras Parti Mitra Varvon Bargaran Men Granasa Vasta Porsa Dragni Varma Vamardever Mitra Varuni Visvardeva Matrek Verso Barsu Rura Kuber Raswins Kartri Montolagni Baju Surya Casas Yarma Voruna Raspati Prajwarna Indrangar Halva Kursa Nestra Vasta Vasu Mauru Sormangia Visvardevas Visprajapati Aksar Narva Rudra Brahma Viswargi Vayu Surya Sara Arjani Yaris Virtri Borgara Valmelkan Holopusa Meta Peruna Vasta Vasur Vamardeva Meta Peruna Nigeria Visvardeva Visprajapati Sarvadeva Kuberas Visprama Pamardevi Purisaria Viswabadra Virasini Prabhavar Jaya Santa Karta Turka Sarsuat Viltruma Visalesa Vairapini Vimala Tamopaharini Surtsva Vairoreni Jari Jivasa Parmali Yapra Soruma Mandro Turpara Privi Arapazarni Vayu Arcasacana Rasa Rupas Forces Artaurvasa Payu Para Nivarkarana Jeriba Cursus Varx Ultrapan Baronos Parva Burdiviarna Serum Smarna Carva Karshati Arti Maru Sharatu Sharturu Tarni Yarchalulia Yabarabara Yarkan Pai Shnikara Yarngi Yaya Sanking Joju Wurang Tinjun Shanting Joju Wurang Tinjun Shur Jalan Wurbo Jurtin Ingan Lation Pu or Tinjun Jordan Ron Lation Pu Tinju Ocean Jingle by Lane while sharing Jingle by Lane Dolmojo Jail and shooting you sure in short injuniorum și iar con șarjoate in jorn iar eu con cu sear cu sear tante eu cu și cu da veșor er cu și cu șosten șo haos or și ni șo cu și re șo cu șo și cu Weshemesh. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Ramerte Rame Rame Maro Rame Surnam Taturi Ram Navam Varnarne Umane Kaya Namo Makanataya Viramane Vakunari Adi Maitano Dandi Prajunaya Vakunama Kariya Soya Korti Samakrava Nori Koram Medeva Sarva Kariya Sarvara Shri Guru Shron Shrosh Rashnish Manam Pure Surhar Pernura Gupar Vimosa Surjo Jaku Farchor Burgi Hin Channel Janiki Sumir Pavan Kumar Morburgi Yet Romohe Harau Police of Vikarje Arimen and Yun Sugarje Karpisi Lukujakor Amjuta Parliament Chani Pavan Surtama Mahavram Basharin Kumar Universe America Sarikachan Sudeskaran Kujiki Song Vojro Borji Beroji Korte Vojariku Sorjes Kor Super Kismin and then the first Mahajagvartan Yavarn teacher Trom Kashabiku atau Prabhupada Serbi Korasha Romo kan sita manvasis rekurushuran Rajnish Manem Kuris Roberno Papa Mauja Surjo Jaku Porchard Burgi Tarujan Kusimiro Kumar Borburgi Vidya Romo Rahu Kolesa Vigarji Harian Yan Gunsu Orji Karkistiun Lokujukaram Duratana Mijani Putpapan Sortamaha Ahavebergam Bashan Kumarini Boris America Sali Kachan Veram Very Sudeskaran Kuchiki Sazor for Shora do Borji Borji Sonkan Karate Borjari who sources Gors to Bank is named Denshes Pratama Jagbat than Vijapan Kunati Chaturam Kash Kariba Court or Prabhutori Survey Korasia Rubakasita Manbasia Surksma Rubdari Siarki Tikala Vikar Rubdari Jankan Jarapa Bima Rubdaya Source and Hare Ramachana Kikan Vari Lai Sarji Bonakan Gi Ragu Viarshi Ragu Parkini Bardai to Matriari Brati Sambai Taspanam Maru Yashkarpus Karki Shri Parikan Lagarve Sankari Bramari Morris Narad Saradi Desa Yanku Party Parjan Take a big work or he Saki Karan Take to move course Rabba Generam Milari Raji Partaman tomorrow Mantra Bivarshan Bano Raswar Bari Surjar Jarwa Sur Sahas Rajojan Bar Barluli Yul Martin Marwar Parchatu Prabhu Muturim Limur Barki Java Dilanki Gar Parshar Shanarki Durgan Kachagar Kia Jete Suramanu Karatum Pretite Tumra Kvarte Urin Yabinu Pasarte Supro to Morris Rantrum Rakshar Kahu Gordar Nara Parte some horror Peter Hunlo Tam Kampi Burbasashin Karnarkina Vema Ver Job Nam Sonave Rasolo Hari Papier Japarnarantar Hanuman Vera Sanketser Hanuman Chordeverman Karan Bajanjan Jul by Su Param Taps Vera Jatin Sancha Chum Sarja or Mano the Jorko very sort the Arnaja one for Sharan your tomorrow procedure like a or G or as or some care tum rakware sorna kanrantum parte astasir hi navnir hi kerra taus wargenam jan kirmataram rasi andumara pasar sarara ora goparti kerra tumara bajan Rampo Paverjanam Janam Kerdug Basara Velt Karagu Ver Porjari Janam Janam Hari Barkahari Ordetachi Nanda Dehi Hanama Serhi Sarve Surkare Sankan Kartemite Sapera Josumera Hanuma Uber JJ Haruma Gosin Kripukaru Puri Kierna Indus or Mopar Kodi Jordi Bandima Sorkorki Joria parte hade machaliso vori ser hisar figures to sira sara hore cer kos sorar mindir bort man sanktar man gor morti rupram kan sikasari rataria bahasa husur bu o maharaga basur sarva satra jahum parbor dinesh nam jaran di bari nama ukurumen finin Emblem nama pagabati patali bari barumuki ante arkini nama runte ronkini nama jombe jobini nama moemoni nama sabesabini nama sarva dusa produsa nama sarva reaksi aga jomu gati jiwara maram kuru sikrama siamin bung da umas raya pahat swaha ani mani mane mamane shira shiri dishme shabita sana mukita mukita shabi shane darani ya bashare nebi tabatan nebi tatan rushurai kude ya Shugashima sama bari kwari tedra rumari shite so genu kushana basha bashuta mata shana rutu shara shata yara panomane entire saramakaru mukweri gera da chineli chachi ari na tuna lera na bikut na kene kari kene takes but to which you could but chani and devi ne devi kuru kata kushana should hachi but a sani should bada ne batani should batani so ya so in academy so ya get at garate service gimiskara and I service do my service shara to ya should be getting I Manya mana mamane serikali sama sabita pesenda mukhe mukhe sama jaya sana santa samita da radio look to be in video ame tadi ni bisa abena fe pari silu ikule mukure ada suka sama boleh berpikir dalam periksa sambil ni kore bayi pesantane matama terus ya terus saya patai baku ramani entai wah Shwala maha shwala kubitu kugumu kuyara batana tempat itini sitini lakani pada swaha atate barata de nada kubaha kari kandani matang kwasa sengulu bisa isis waha edimete waha ada dalam pati tanda pisau ada serhari pada pecani sabadani sama periksi sama nekatan ya pada ma periksi sabada pisau kate big itu na pada patali swaha Honor Maror Mer Shortolo, what is Termor, Tirlumor, Way, Solo, Sanglo, Solo, Chariar, Karninger, Dear Shallow, Tolo, Near Lurkern, Porshor, Borger, Charnimi, Perrier, Bianto, Lormi, Lurtier, Tandur. Borli shorty your lord your limb or your way or lolly bolo short Ersan Mosadlo Foto Piger Liger di Darum Morbole Sarder Sarinkerne Georgiandir o Sherpo Sher de Mando Lord Chariatorio Lord Doyo Lord Dojo Shelvo Chalo Chariatoria Polulemo Ronaldo Yercoli Bolker Curly Roger Morge Ali Alobore Nelly Gerrier Dolpoli Gerni Wergerni Gernian Ellie Gerni Manly Gerhorier Linar Lino Nali Yatnalu Naju Jornalu Ermi Kermi Curly Carunto Lejantorli Molenkier Chantorli Lorsha Niardi Tilu Yitilu Tilur Nilu Logi Doji Noji Arandir Tan Turbo Tan Porto Dear Tan Torjo Cherry Tantojo por Lijo Bo por Tipo por Borshan Misa por Loni porto nisa poposha her podolen jole porto nersenker porlo charnesenker nerke turne serke serenker poker de ler lor senke dolo lordi polvo di sapor ser chiari sar mordi chiarandi saporda morjor molli chardi sapo salo lor jor tolja Sure, Lord, no carry ger, nerdy jerry, di sass, comme ça, rouge, sass, comme ça, rouge, sass, comme ça, wong hong chong, wong hong chong, wong hong chong, hong tong, hong tong, hong tong, shaw, wong so, wong hong king, wong certain, ong king, mong chom, mong shing, haring, hara, ring, hang, ru, sor, hara, ong bom, dum, mong kong, king, glong, on pam, and bong, on kong, king, glong, on kong, king, glong, on kong, king, glong, on bom, and glong, on bom, and glong, on song, king, glong, on glong, king, glong, on song, king, glong, hung sinh sinh hình 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 mình ngon tứ song sinh song số ngon vì sao cũng ngon sao cũng hung sinh con ngon khen khen con chỉ song sinh ring ra con hero asor blank hi so ngon bong được Dai ci noi am passato mam su con ora ma ci bevo mo su na ora na sembava to amire na ora am nanta te sa rom pu ku ci to na ora ma mo visera io ku ci na ora mo ru kale mra gi spa bo ci no na mo ba ga pat ni sin sai un ru su la te su kana so ba to sa ni swa ha so kan ci sai bo so mo li swa de ci bo so sam ci sa swa ha tar bo su na ma so mata bo haram kuru no ba be ta ni kan ni swa san ju san jin ka ci sai bo so mo so dot ma hi ba to ka ci sai bo so man to ba ba pa swa Chiuci ben kanji sai bosu man ma kuro ni kari spa chon dai kanji sai bosu kale kori kori spa noi kin kanji sai bosu parte sembrava di cioè un concorso stata un pasciare sapa arnia bosu di si shuta pi chai spa po chon bosu samni spa mo chon bosu mana ma kan mi aro bosu o mentri spa ci so bosu ha smart spa ku corso bosu su namro kas per bari o mali kembali spa ni kor bosu United spa ku kor bosu kan bari spa porto mau nama smata bosu kan nomor sana swasta Yahum Tratam, Kusanza Mayom, Surban Isabam, Shasharum, Pat, Kuntari Mayom, Trum, Pat, Daido, Kumayom, Strikalarupo, comes Maha, Ungoriash Mayom, Pashariaxo, Maisen Mayom, Posnis, Sarpajom, Pamukuja, Mayom, Maro, Kuntis Spa, Sapochi, Kumbai Spa, Components on Kungan, Pujarax, Ranchan Spa, Sinishidoji, Genesis Spa, Nick Chikutum, Tarasara, Pramana Spa. So chotunum virodaxi get patais swaha como cutrum virobaxaning patis swaha tomotunum visuani swaha bensatum satisfatis swaha taiko cutrum harkari swaha kichi chutrum hastri swaha caritomo tudumali harit swaha taikini tunomri swaha marishitunum marisi swaha taishung vitunomic aum swaha Om Bram Brahar Mem Serhari Brahmim Patrom Veramaria Vermahe Haranya Garbaria Dirmahi Tanu Brahma Prachuraya Om Chatur Mukharia Virmahe Mesro Daria Dirmahi Tanu Brahma Prachuraya Domem Prim Shrim Shimo Sorecha Ekam Brahma Pranam Chashanam Patal Vaprusad Bihi Bara Pushu Venapaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devoma Swara Guru Shak Praram Brahma Hashme Shri Kurve Namaha Usek nept het ket fentiam hebit no ho or dirty I fin ket na bos kesu tu na zor korti ha ha pasti ha tu or em step on em besek em art en emu sur tu ru tur menti about tu or ru kermiu she karun kermu kermenti an et web se karun ev haru se kriu ne babu na tim se pu ari ma ba pai hu turki hit ne heb cool she zor tep on et hit chabu Tram prem tor sia posi por ridi vinga tor vinga dor mada margi se shefer go tor mori tormen her morskil to skor be perdi ar ko do for den worlin Regeta reg reg de torgis vit in ges sigras er takes vi dog belter brand vir di kor di din we garvis kel vir sergir rear vosons skor ker liv skor tongs ker fisher mingang instead for igren ren min korin for ni kursin kuros kior mi pi frindis virar indir Sira dir jar fjord ni heb ger mer så gun för fjord fin botius vi dir sri grid vi fjord ni mo spir ni på mi att ingo grin vet ni det och slot ni och dul bord bäst och team Billy Besu och morgon kan berger mer och fri bäst 3 Noord 3 Zuid 3 Mid Gorasa Tor Noord Finar Finai Naga Frodo die Noord Noord bij de oren der dingen deze infectie en die vuur una sora vocals wins bior hilki birki sirni birki spur hat die robi sor yon birio ja te bro gorsim ben gor o sorsia trin na nie die nur tu su trios pistri ja tior for die nor nei ner in den die pure bom por nori oi mor bi niger vi gorlo bir to for die kili forni bel tu in de hier naar raak raads weer 12 naar 40 voor je liep Tori ori tu van vriet die viel woord euro per boe verschier die vier die sker die heel die aan die die sker die boe groot die tien die noor ja dat is heel weer voor dan die skoop die big neer im bureau weer het scheep halen scheep die me have him angling handling wat is was voor zware zijn weer geworden die wens behoop asaras euro 10 free die Avinaya Parniya Vishnu Damarya Mana Samalya Visayama Gors Darbuta Daryam Vistaraya Taraya Samsara Sagara Tarati Yarduga Mekarande Parimalapa Gorskarande Suri Pari Paravirnde Baba Parya Cherde Varde Sarya Pipera Pakama Nasatava Hamma Nwamantinas Bam Samudro Hitarenga Varkarnar Samudro Latarenga Udara Narga Narga Pinalujar Anuchakula Miertra Mitra Sarters de Bavarta and Bavarti Herin Kerin Bavarti Rexakarda Macerdia Bebraraya Bataraba Sarta Upasurtam Parmes Varapali Palio Bavarta Papa Babito Hamda Mudara Kunamandiera Sundrabandara Vietna Govinda Baba Jala Mara Matar Mandara Paramandara Marapanaya Bamenana Yana Karuna Maria Saravan Narn Karavarni Tavorko Coronoriti Sarpari Maria Barasana Roja Saravasa Tuiti Srimat Paramam Pari Prajakarasya Sri Govind Bhagava Purja Parasisya Surima Chakara Gabavarta Kortosar Paristram Sam Purnam Kubarudan Sri Daraja Rodan Svara Danashmi Pramadana Dayo Danika Priya Daisino Danmi Prata Daya Varuto Dabarata Divyaksana Sambanon Denara Dijanara Sakadaya Lakshmi Samarugo Daya Lakshmi Virajita Dana Robataro Puritama Samarusana Sarakan His Varunir Lamunirinam Padipalakanian Kanigun Karanis Karmuni Rupa Ravanavanaga Samara Junavasaka Varaga Michkira Isa Mahagunagara Virta Yashnigo Yisra Sarta Yashala Burjara Rasarkar Raja Kro Ramarti Ranjarko Raja Burji Visitra Vasata Vasardia Viyarga Mara Marta Savijayo Bimalo Barjo Banduru Jana Vasala Vero Baxabea Tarmo Veragi Visotur Mukha Sarveto Sarananda Sarasarti Samavera Santan Barata Samyo Sarantan Draka Survita Surlapa Surmo Sarvakaram Totarara Samagora Priya Saksara Veva Pasri Verajita Svahara Samprito Akilana Pravartaka Vyorkana Sampritam Tasvartana Priya Kampramra Sparsi Ankara Vivarjir Tutar Bertu Drama Verbabu Navarahana in order to be Surapana Kaka Pravartaka Lakshmi Samaryuta Virakamara Bika Lakarandu Sukapalo Gavarnu Sulasada Sulaba Surba Surtus and Karanda Priya Santa Sultana Kuno Peta Suspatu Sultana Garha Sarviko Morshno Surmati Sava Devarakana Karkasa Karastara Srimam Param Jokti Parapara Savadi Puna Sapara Soronyo Dina Vasala Parupagari Paparda Tarudi Saran Nipa Tata Sarva Guru Peta Sorenda Save Mavar Beva Visara Tovitarba Aratata Sor Yarta Prata Kala Poste Sutram Serbur Via Noti Producer Surayam Devendras Nani Bhami Tisri Kuber Sto Om Yaksharya Kubarya Vishwavara Yadara Yate Padaria Daradanya Sabro Der Deri Tapadia Swaha Om Shring Hing Hing Shring Hing Vishwaraya Nama Om Hing Shring Hing Shring Kumaraya Shalashmi Mamakri Hedanam Padaria Padaya Namaha Om Hing Shring Lakshmi Hing Sahaswaha Kosha Sarvaloka Vasikararia Tanadanya Adipataria Tanadanya Samrudya Niyatyahi Tapadia Swaha Om Hing Shring Kubaraya Shtanamaha Om Yachaya Rajaya Bir Maria Saria Der Mahitana Kubaria Praturaya Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zidingerkia Kampa, Zidingerana Kampa, Ziku Kampa, Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zidingerkia Kampa, Zidingerana Kampa, Agakumash Karisana, Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zidingerkia Kampa, Zidingerana Kampa, Lugala the Borak and Bo, Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa. Om Namo Om Trai Pararanus Marugama Katamatroya Sormani Argosani Samantha Parama Saraswati Shara Shiva Vishnu Bearavita Karambi Om Sorbani Samba Om Vajra Om Om Shri Him Klim Krom Ganapatai Varavara Shavasha Shameva Shamarieta Poshariet Maheva Krandari Adi Mahitanun Tandi Prature Om Shanti 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 Om Ganahari Aksayat Om Kan Bekarpatai Atamahalam Bruta Rayatama Om Ring 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 Om Karate Yogadat Marhava Kandrali Di Mahitanun Tandi Prature Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Dum Shwala Shwala Sholilia Shaya Shamane Sasapas from Smart Smarak Shamalapam Kuru Dusha Hamum Patsvaha Arun Kruna Tarangi Chasam Tapasan Pusha Pushpa Para Chapamari Pira Kamahe Karahamer Yeva Babari Mabaratim Shri Marashre Mara Shri Marsena Shanis Parati Chitari Guna Sabuti the Bukio Saburia to worry about Sarava Charo Baru Sarama Vita Ragiswara Rupa Shari Kurin Kudakushu Balarono Bakshu Kuna the Pachatan Mantras Ekvanisha Ram Purpura Majapram Harna Mandala Champakasho Kaparnaka Kanadi Karasika Chakura Manation Kanika Mandita Stami Sunri Parashikisanda Jokir Tamuka Chunrikalankaman Burkan Nabi Vishak Varanas Manak Mankali Kuratoran Shakbarkulachmi Parivar Chalamina Lucana Nava Champaka Pushpana Sara Vera Chitakan Skadinas Baranabas Mencari group no part of the Kali put it up on the Mandana Madamadragish Rashi Paripavi Bolu Nava Petro Bashina Pari Charha. When you go much 3D Sia Parambarasi Pratishadas, Patomisham Swahasaki Party like from 3D preacher Tom Chapitari Pari Sarina Sankasia Paramara Sertama Sarasi Pratisha Sandama Muki Street Pati Namariti Bishari Katnama Gui Mahasakari Nama Pari of Karikatnama Napo when you hear Nama Somaki Sarines Kramusibiam Nama Rim Trashani Biam Namaharam Yam Namaharam and Mikadiam Namaharim Kanistiam Nama from Plus Nahari Karinius Chromadi Yatnaha James Saras Bamski Pasaram Kavakayum 3 episode Chromas 3 Pati Sangani Somerati take Bananium Diptria David H. for the pinning deep Parasun coming pumping the Adicate can of some to make a papers a very romantic Pam Karakami Ramagami Yamikam and the game from Nigerian European Yamis some making some book of the film some more fun Malaman from Mamma Mahamarias for the mothers for the pinning of the Burgess Yasas Tasmania City, the Papa Guru Mantrom, Him Sita Guru Prisida, Master 3D, the Rom from Him, Amtorgay, Rimeki, up to say, framed him the William Cream home, but for Hats and Anganias, Comata, now him supposed Hamseka, Pasam Kavagayum, 3 years of from a fire petty, singing nice from but the certainty, him no good and because Maria Levidas is for the pinning because they have a certain Jeremy on Pug Pigeon, the Make kind of summer farmer to make fish vegetable by Mamma Miki, Yami and Miki and Tarasami from Miki and from Hanabia, Yami, but Yami some summer keys, so Bacarapa jumps about Pami smart farm beauty of 3 grams or mass Macarapam, Japam City Babatu made the class and I missed the Japamantala Maltrom. Pamale Sabat Sabram Riti Subhaba Babam Sabum Kurushime Badroya Soberam Kademe Him Primsidia Namaha Ingres of Grand Hogno Nonser Coros or the Abomo Choro Toto Surum Dar Relika through Carno Mayor at Martyr Skirpa Ben Kebju Pipicala Helger Kendir Merico Berti Morbo and Deliver Bobo and Welter Japon Spirit Spira Borsmorth of Mark Ekmund Noro Borna Borspor Pomik Borla View Neo Mac Harimani Verti Mervi Rampier no more Nepan or was out the Borsia Mer Baby was a Sundanes Yernes or near Jopon Eva Neo Pominga was Kununga in Gresburgi Borsia near Borspom Players Yasmi Cormorans Corpus or Scares or Renaissance Lina was growing Chronum Luki so but substance and Mar Igor Mem Joro Borso near VC Avors or Arti Martini VC Habar Mikin Artis or Shuman issue of Ors Rapika Junkur Coco Pat no combination gor or morphine Hertu of Nichanda Garno Katan Koma Telchokato Satero Belu Force Horcom, Horcom, Bru, Bru, Holmes, Buat, the Dam, Boom, Tongue, Scott, or Torgo, Boot, Fluid, or Nature, here, who grew born plain better things, one consumes where work no more so much more on Jotunheim, Grinching, Quill, Stool, again, go, Papa, either scary or go, Warhorse, Joe, Premise, Brody, Horus, Left, Lanes, Shown, Osmo, Shore, Monsieur, War, Lane, Guru, and Dorin, on Norban, Malik, and Morgon, Cordu, Vergio, Blue, Sham, Dorin, Happy, One, Wool, Belgoreo, Bull, Baking, and the US, Bosser, Dear Miss, Furo, Gig, Portion, more Bongo, Apple, and Ori, Look, Beranam, Brain, Bruins, Friend, 1 year, the Empress, Prep, that Win, Mordin, Empress, American, Terta, Patrick, Troop, Moga, Chilla, Terra, Big Soap, needed to run, Teneter, break at that run over land, the Perumo for twin tours and turn doors, or we was or series, except there. Two fearless Bone, comfort. Alfred twin doors and doors over we war for we was or series, two French when Mone, Moon. Toy boy or square race or we go to big reward, where prayer or rose or rosy or rose. Coincide difficile tourist from the business implementers chorus to hear TVL and the song to the ship for dominus of this start now with voice non difficilely said impossibly impossible guarantee. Dominus dos domini potens exercionet dominus dominate omen corix manum nis victory constita domine bedum contitur. Recopris mer visio means to go for serum de lor teators manifestantes adrein macum helabarin saxum traco fro vormi trax saxum rumen versum morin turmo parum daena taboldum cortum tracoris cornis di mordo ni di mango sharpena turmo kosmo sama or sharmo on neon truco posto spelting there. Also conosci l'animo shitiuti cormorsi morsitum cautum cutum mosi pararium capritum nambritum ashashu kashaptu kashardi eleni tumi berardi eli yawestari usisu eli mari ambro saraku indicula sobulu mushau raku martana ambru piaro puro divi uproso arstinti armortori li no busi ardofizi grandisi sarbi alari gara butismai arbardi Dina wakil limbau pusong kisati shari tishi umushti shiri masarati shanushli churu shishli nuti shiru soluli shanushlu tap tu shari bu ar mara yamurti yari timar salbuli ratro shari pushu hari shiki baki Risharminki or Shuru Bortu Repeshushu Suru Karamartu Shamalar Seri Nani Biri Bur Larimu Shirtum Sermani Ya Napagrita Gera Dupera Samani Ya Napavita Sera Dupera Samani Ya Iti Pagri Tushni Ladu Pira Samani Ni Shti Pagri Tushni Ladu Pira Samani Ya Max Pagrita Gera Dupera Samani Ya Na Kukurari Gera Dupera Samani Ya Nai Gari Tamsa Dupera Samani Ya Na Askarpati Sushi Ladu Piras Mani Ya Naibi Shardori Taksadu Piras Mani Ya Nagis Pada Kira Dupira Sitting again compositing and learning compositing and learning compositing turning coding compositing getting that shoring Kapama sitting in the shoring compositing and do a sector compositing and do a sector compositing and do compositing and do compositing and measure compositing and measure compositing and marking and like compositing and marking and like the sitting as a fish master batari tar the boiler compositing and borali corking getting and compositing getting in the cutting together and like cartoon and a compa sitting at a compositing that do the compositing and a book compositing that is compositing that shamash do compositing and or compositing that about compositing again in the dot compositing getting compositing and on keep compositing in the compositing and in the link for compositing and in the sugar compositing and in the shilling the baragi compa sitting at a non adding get calendar compa kambu
tum sulala sur kitim sur mula sur tingkat sur maskim sur siaran compositing getting lalu pergi compositing ini learning kurkode compositing ini bibila shari compositing ini kurkode compositing kadang nanti kadang compositing kadang compositing kadang compositing get it net agora semana teram tadi kata sadi di morna tadi duduk zuru di morna telala zuru di morna tadi tim zuru di morna telala zuru di morna tinggal zuru di morna tadi menabi yang harus dia bar kasap ya tu manu kasap tu satu suyur hadni Om Hai Grivariyar Namaha, Om Han Visnarverna Namaha, Om Kesavariya Namo, Om Arusitariya Namo, Om Govindariya Namo, Om Kaksariya Namo, Om Visnarve Namo, Om Visambharariya Namo, Om Harariya Namo, Om Adikaya Namo, Om Savakisariya Namo, Om Savarariya Namo, Om Santanariya Namo, Om Nerarariya Namo, Om Nerakarariya Namo, Om Nerasariya Namo, Om Nerakarariya Namaha, Om Niranjanariya Namo, Niskalankariya Namo, Nitatariya Namo, Niramaraya Namo, Siranari Maria Namaha, Om Saksine Namo, Saranyaya Namo, Savarakarya Namo, Srimate Namo, Lokatrisariya Namo, Sivariya Namo, Om Sarvasparari Namo, Veradarte Namo, Veradaria Namo, Veravyaya Namo, Paratharariya Namo, Punyaya Namo, Punyatre Namo, Punyaya Namo, Om Punyakatarya Namo, Parasparariya Namo, Paramarane Namo, Om Parasmat Namo, Parasarya Namo, Paragaria Namo, Pararya Namo, Om Sarvar Makarya Namo, Guruser Namo, Om Paravarika Paragaria Namo, Sakalo Parisvaryaya Namo, Niskalaria Namo, Sarvaskara Namo, Om Askana Manu Yutara Starya Namo, Paraparaya Namo, Parapurusarya Namo, Sasarya Namo, Saranyaya Namo, Paraspararya Namo, Santarya Namo, Om Dantarya Namo, Chitu Harika Namo, Chita Matraya Namo, Jagamaya Arya Namo, Jivarya Namo, Jadaya Namo, Jara Sarat Namo, Om Japapriya Namo, Japsuriya Namo, Japakarta Namo, Prekarta Namo, Vibhavya Namo, Namo, Visurupariya Namo, Visurugupta Namo, Virustarya Namo, Om Virustarya Namo, Saritazarya Namo, Sandikararya Namo, Sraya Pradarya Namo, Maria Namo, Sraya Matpararya Namo, Vispararya Namo, Masurarya Namo, Mantaruparya Namo, Om Pranadaria Namo, Om Priti Pataria Namo, Vataya Namo, Vatudu Paria Namo, Sarpanaxasir Namo, Om Tamaharaya Om Jana Sakar Om Janina Namo, Karnakandra Samprabaria Namo, Jaradaria Namo, Kavataria Namo, Yogina Namo, Yogisaria Namo, Sarvakabataria Namo, Om Hari Yogina Namo, Manamadline Namo, Manasaria Namo, Srisar Namo, Saria Namo, Paramaham Saria Namo, Biskutra Namo, Raja Namo, Surasparti Karasaka Namo, Om Jatamanan Yustariya Namo, Mari Matratariya Namo, Om Sarvargi Sarariya Namo, Om Pravara Pratapariya Namo, Om Varahar Marten Namaha, Itisri Haya Riva Sotara Satanvali, Om Anaraya Namo, Marisarya Namo, Garaya Namo, Kuluvaraya Namo, Karamaria Namo, Nisitaria Namo, Varavantaria Namo, Om Penokorabaria Namo, Vishnupriya Namo, Verasuriya Namo, Veramararia Namo, Om Vishnudararia Namo, Om Sasaria Namo, Sarusitaria Namo, Saparamandikaria Namo, Kaludarian Namo, Mamitararia Namo, Karapsapanaya Namo, Rasuriya Magaru Paria Namo, Valaria Namo, Basukaria Namo, Paraparikaria Namo, Barabarakaria Namo, Baswarania Namo, Basua Barsariya Namo, Varasitaria Namo, Paripswaradina Namo, Pradikamania Namo, Mahararia Namo, Honda Pikararia Namo, Dadandaria Namo, Paramajaya Namo, Koruparia Namo, Yuga Paria Namo, Garandaria Namo, Brasmadaria Namo, 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 Sakabarania Namo, Sakaparia Namo, Saranarika Namo, Pagasarasa Namo, Paranarisaria Namo, Pramataria Namo, Prakanaria Namo, Vadivasaya Namo, Operaskaria Namo, Sarasa Namo, Palgaranania Namo, Babu Patararia Namo, Dasakaria Namo, Lopavarisaya, Divaria Namo, Paravidia Namo, Ponaria Namo, Punyaya Namo, Punya Kataria Namo, Parikaria Namo, Escalaria Namo, Parapanaria Namo, Kodakaria Namo, Taria Namo, Tantaria Namo, Umar Dantani Namo, Sabuja, Sabakarai Namo, Nersaya Namo, Danjalaria Namo, Vataria Namo, Sadania Namo, Samdan Jaya Nama, Mabakaya Namo, Baku Paria Namo, Maharaya Namo, Yogis Paraya Namo, Kanaya Namo, Baharia Namo, Bravakarina Namo, Sakararia Namo, Karahaya Namo, Jivaya Namo, Jayadaya Namo, Japapriya Namo, Visvaruparia Namo, Virusraya Namo, Virus Samsutaya Nama, Surya Pradaya Vishnu Toparianam Varianam Kutarianam Rakastraianam Rakusparianam Vishukarianam Bayuruparianam Sarisarianam Sakurianam Karus Mutarianam Vipitkayanam Sumraveka Pani Ravi Busarianam Nagandrayanam Haiti Tabatas Tara Santanama Nessunos Kronos Kurish Mihir Franshin Nos Columbianic Shamsir to Chargar Moshul or Sin Shurla Shirchen Credes Mercian Kianga Compressor Vessian Tur Courtiers Yours Erning and there and Mercians Pure Neo Men for Mail the Terne for Manchester to Laboratory Bear Share the created one do Gata Null and Tiramam Sanspur and Nerumantiusan Guru Darren Tower Mindran Yan Yong who Benachier there, dear Moshviro Benachier, Moshviro Nacher Chair, the Mercibu, now Bure Seberchier, Mo, now Bure Nansa. Lord Saula, Siasula, surely at Peru, near the area of Hunch is steady a beauty and you for there, there, nor your chair, there, roar. En song sier sur kjerning gjør den marn massa sur fyr salarm tar beris massa sur matari byr deres byr kjerfer kjer fjord kurs fyr kjerda fyr nere ser torne grurdies grurik fjärden truren kom ner mer gos narbien då men sur der gosan buren trura tjur de mesen domo sentinat der marca gosan spjor her mera barberna con luera tjurn las nature neser solcach tjurne bernes lum feregus morbi fjur rudi iri erge fjur ne krur de gus fjur naneser nacher Perum ser gus orgach tjur de benes lum fer Kalini Tatavapin Gata Karava Muda Berdi Nadi Varadana Kamalas Vada Bupara Masarambu Brahmara Parti Kana Sorchita Paro Jaganaswami Nayana Patikam Paratu Me Borje Vasia Garum Sarasi Siar Kipiran Shamka Pulam Netur Saharat Chakara Katat Sam Viradarte Saras Remata Varnar Vasarti Richario Jaganaswami Nayan Patwala Tume Mahabores Jare Karakaro Jerde Deva Santra Satata Hazarja Palabadore Nabalena Subadra Madhya Sasakala Suarda Sevabasa Rajo Jagannath Swami Aina Pami Babartume Kuname Gorpa Pravor Sarjara Jara Chertru Rama Varni Ramas Porata Mala Pankoromika Sorendrenda Radias Rutigara Sarka Gita Jagannath Swami Aina Patkami Babartume Durga Chan Partim de Vapadara Stuti para Dorbar Vamprati Paror Marca Sandaria Dasa Banda Surkalar Yasyagarta Sindustar Yajaganat Swami Nanda Pagami Bavartume para Brahmata Kuvalya Dalo Pulana Yona Varsini Ladroni Hita Chanta Sarasira Sarandurda Sarasa Vapor Linkarna Sarako Jaganat Swami Nanda Pagami Bavartume Nalvayar Shera Jana Charkar Maniki Babaram Nayashi Hamramiam Ikilanjana Kam Varavar Dum Sarakali Kalipra Partirna Gitar Charito Jagannath Swami Naina Patkami Babartume Samsaram Drutara Ramasa Ramsora Paraterat Vamparam Peratemba Param Miara Vapartea Hurtina Natarita Charanonischita Mertam Jagannath Swami Naina Patikami Babartume Jagannath Sakam Punyam Yaparte Suprayarte Sushir Sarva Paparatma Visnur Kam Sarkacharta Tarti Itis Primad Sankacara Pirachi Sam Jagannath Sakam Sam Purnam Brahmoradi Sorachita Lingum Pasita Sorpi Perlingum Jan Majadurka Vena Saga Vena Sala Lingum Tapanamame Sarasiba Lingum Davamuni Pravarana Cherta Lingum Kamarana Karana Kara Lingum Ravanata Paki Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum, Sarvasorgana Surla Petita Lingum, Bodhivevardhana Karana Lingum, Sirasora Soda Pata Lingum, Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum, Kavaka Mahamanita Lingum, Pani Pari Vestita Sopita Lingum, Taksa Surjana Vinasana Lingum, Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum, Kumkuma Chandana Pita Lingum, Pankaja Harso Sorbita Lingum, Sanjita Vinasana Lingum, Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum, Devagana Chita Vita Lingum, Baba Jareva Lingum, Dinakarakutbagara Lingum, Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum, Masadala Sita Lingum, Sarvasambor Baba Sarana Lingum, Asatadi Atra Virasana Lingum, Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum, Saragara Pujita Lingum, Saravana Puspasara Chedet Lingum, Paramparam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum. Lingastakamir Purnyam Ya Patasiva Sito Sevalokama Norti Seviana Sahamorna Nataraja Nartana Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandamakana Priyam Siddhaya Viharinam Marabakumbagum Fitisvari Orasurutam Sarambarkaramakana Ram Sarambu Variraram Arambosha Jaga Goram Siram Baram Vivavar Yes Samasad Bakapo Sanas Vadakarkarnam Prasatar Kareti Vivavar Narasara Shaparam Prasataram Murti Saranam Sarata Kandram Maram Bosha Jaga Goram Siram Baram Vivavar Yes Charikati Tamardi Tamalo Karapir Tam Parikarta Sarikta Paritra Pankala Parnam Natika Parpavir Tam Kotara Pasadarinam Parambosha Goram Siram Banam Viva Varia Karanga Sabaso Bitum Kerdam Karatam Parangana Bekaharam Paragara Karachitam Sarkam Torangara Makarkamam Horambosha Jaga Goram Siram Bavaria Amanda Paria Pajanam Sumanda Hasasan Murkam Sumanda Mandakam meaning Garinda Karakyada Samamamda Mamdalu Amanda Yarto Marmano Goramposho Jaga Goram Siram Banam Viva Karin Director Vasa Saram Karin Rakapapertar Nindam Sarendra Murkia Pujiram Kargendra Vahana Priyam Ahendra Bosono Valam Nagendra Jaiva Sernam Haram Puja Jaga Goram Siram Mala Paradini Tate Saravira Sarkari Navacara Namlama Rupa Kalakaram Asa Penetra Harinam Shislu Nam Harambusha Jaga Goram Sinam Baram Bavaria Sasaka Banu Vihutra Rajita Tulukarta Visa Lava Sasa Surya Bahara Maraditam Singam Parola Savara Parara Ramdara Tam Virtam Parambusha Jaga Garam Siram Baram Bavaria Saran Taranga, Sajano, Kapapa, Sankana Sarne, Manada, Yuta Journalistic Saras, Vikasaras, Serambarak, Yasakaru, Paru, Bernet, Saras, Sivo Bara, Jata Sara, Naran Maran Dito, Harakuru, Veram Sara, Virasia, no, Murala, Candy Sarkar, Mam Masakam, Saraves, Paralaya, Hariparaya, Tarandarne, Vera Priyakanya, Niskala, Chakaru, Ranuka, Hariti, Sri Siram, Parapaka, Kamara, Sutram Om Yara Vara Bavar Yarat Nama Homan Tarposhari Yarvan Mar Hasenaria Dimanita Nuskanda Prachudayat Skandaya Karya Pravar Di Priyar Nanda Narkya Charmahar Devar Yasubhar Mamaya Ten Nama Gasu Varchanamostu Barandavar Patindaria Surakari Sarana Nadia Nialtabikora Maria Gori Haradanda Sambor Bhavana Mostu Turpium Pranata Treum Trick Mastasia Monoda Taradam Datre Tarum Para Tarakasia Hantre Prakanda Sora Tarakasia Mortaria Sahasra Mortie Guaraya Garania Para Pararia Amos to Turkiam Serki Bahar Naria Namos to Tembram Berta Vararia Bedegam Bariam Barasan Sitaria Harania Bavaria Namo Harania Ranan Tesa Tapaswaria Tapo Darania Tabar Paranam Prati Parakaria Sara Comoraria Himora Merne Frankararia Nama Namor Stuktur Yam Sarajar Morni Vivo Pravrata Soravar Provaranda Tarie Bala Kabala Parakraya Samatoraria Samalaria Toraria Mirustarnio Tarme Ramona Morgarana Maraya Karaya Namosute Kariana Movesa Karia Sarti Pararia Solaportia Natarka Kronkaria Kara Karabaria Karayas Vahi Gangia Kokarikis Eribia Toribia Karata Namosur Kandema Porlane Casa Karende Pancris Sarati Tamodre Arias Ricati Casaria Scandu Bacha Guis Varna Carkeo Terra Tarnas Kanda Kumora Serne Swami Sankara Sanbaba Karinge Yastamaro Kuras Kar Brahmagari Tira Varjata Rumapur Tropurung Caricias Sabda Bramar Samodras Carcerta Suhas Rendar Kumur Bariavan Borgal Prada Sorajarma Garnadi Sat Pavarjon Multimor Kursalvarnia Roneta Carbonchita Atra Prada Sarnada Starvim Saranta Marni Meriarni Yapa Der Pariorses Sadria Yurtomo Hovakas Parti Barver Mahamal Yarnir Mamar Namar Kurtarbam Mahajna Mabnutni Notroy Katia Vikora Nai Tisri Yamale Prashna Vivartantiam Suri Makarki Store Narada Luva Chopran Maria Sarasa Devam Kori Putram Vinyar Bati Tansiam Smorni Tariam Manus Kamara Siertia Pratarmam Vakla Turundam Charikan Tanakam Virti Kam Sritiam Krishnal Pingar Sam Garjaravar Tram Chatakam Lambo Taram Pacharmam Chasatam Vikartam Nir Vachasatar Mambigar Nacharam Chadarmar Dara Varam Tatar Starmar Mavaram Mambala Chandaram Shardar Sar Mam Turpir Yarnekara Sam Kara Paratin Vara Sam Tu Kalishnar the Vara Saratar Marami Trisar Diam Yapatin Narar Vergna Biam Tarsia Solvartis Karam Param Veriarti Labarte Veriam Tarati Labate Daram Putri Yabarte Putram Mokti Labate Garpim Choper Karna Artis Tutram Sar Björn Marceli Falam Laber Sorn Vart Sarina Serdim Bate Naturas Misali Asarbio Brahma Nartia Charni Rekiel Vayap Samor Barika Tarsia Vijal Batet Solvar Gonesarsia Tariti Srinara Porar Nesaksa Tara Sarna Margenesis Ram Arvetya Sama Mate Pranama Jararanam Samparan Naryatar Tatmasi Marupam Paladar Porsana Taram Pranter Karvarsiam Devan Mudar Kadamami Navarmi Korpar Samudram Natanavar Konat Prakasalasya Dergiama Sanoli Der Burbotra Sardiar Stambava Molni Nam Mahar Vishnum Viksubi Antaratnam Yaskarni Ram Tamotum Satur Pirun Nardim Narari Varus Tam Visnum Ritu Harias Tirta Rajar Kurami Pastorens Mesierna Karaja Gorai Dardeas Tampande Plata Porvardia Kiarmaham Pradam Prana Matmanak Parke Padvan Sartori Arni Plata Portram Setram Kurate Namami Yasarmam Sardar Tirun Kardal Valam Korata your sword atisam coronamo jakara vartiam traratam prakor vardarmi arte morgeno guru babur sakasrumios karam prakavarosi brasia brat varner kia prasit yordar sam dariurti ngeri jagat guru shri chakarntes vartiarn chaksi barati swaranbi virasitim sri nirsima saptam Chính thầy sinh thì sinh hiện phán của tiếng của sẽ phổ minh bộ minh hồi sinh sinh hi minh sinh nền ninh sinh hung nhung chú bố song sinh rú địa linh sinh phú sinh chủ đàn phú chủ phú huy chủ sinh sẽ sinh linh thùng minh dân sinh nâng kinh cố chú về sinh phú sinh vô kinh khí sinh nhân dân chân sinh đàn nhân linh của vụ tông dân sinh sẽ sinh linh dân đấu chi sinh cuốn chi chi linh sinh chỗ đây siêu linh bộ kinh chúng nan mới sinh quân bố sông Jordan Ming King Hong Bai Wu Tu Sing Fin Yun Jong Ko Jun Wu She Wei Wu Shin Chi Chi Ru Li Ling An Tu Ti Shin Chu Chi Yan Ko Wu Wan Ling Yo Du Shin Wan Tu Ti Chi Ling Yo Yo Shi Bo De Wang Sing Ho Ri Xiang Xing Ru Ne Wei Xing King Ka Ban Wei Mei Số Tan Kinh Tây Sống Yo Minh Số She Chính Chui Đạo Đô Hành Linh Sinh Chính Ti Yan Ti Sinh Chu Ti An Ti Xi Bình Sinh Đông Sung Xuân Su Hồng Linh Tây Yod Ba Bang Xi Linh Linh Bộ Phú Minh Hồ Gô Chi Tình Gan Bồ Tát Nan Tông Đá El Xuân Chan Yo Bồ Sher Toren Cha Coi Waren John Karen Jing Shen Shen Yo Yon Chi Yo Wen Chi El Xuân Thì bên kề đó nên đánh chân quên yo ba hay chịu ăn bộ bên số số sẽ về vô số sung chuối số chân đó thì số cùng chỉ chưa sinh quân sinh số hiện đi dùng không trắng và bé cần quăng số quan chế sang u sinh tăng sáng chế này về vô đô số有情况下守护神是不认真是不安的养狗人不安的养狗人是不需要气氛先有社会我的社会完成处理也是雷霆过有圣诞真为王性内破了也是人民通话的有这真正真广州小人夫妇小人之间如的灵做家人先有都有人多人家人Royal Sen Yu Karen Jin Kia Jar Pan Jar Tia Lin Juan Xin Quan Go Jar Dar Jo Tan Ji Ji Roli Ling Chuan Yun Jo Rin Jo Tai Jo Ko Je Share Chu Xia 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 Ru Share Fu Fu Pan Pa Hai Jai Xiang Xi Yu Tin Jin Huan Nan Ben Ne Chu Yi Yan Dong Xiang Xi Xu Ling Yu Xing Xing Zhong Diên Nguyên Đón Dù Diêu Dù Xì Diêu Mình Mình Kêu Kênh Những Chị Can Chen Lô Lê Kê Bù Yô Mình Trong Yô Yô Xì Chen Yì Xinh Đu Nam Mô Hê La Đá Nam Bồ La Yê Yê Na Mô Wa Lý Yê Bồ Lô Xê Râm Tì Chô Bồ La Yê Bồ Rì Sa Tô Yê Bồ Hê Hê Sa Đô Bồ Yê Mô Hê Gia Râu Ni Gia Yê Ông Sa Bồ La Yê Su Ta Lô La Gia Râu La Mao Xì Xì Lý Bồ ya mingali ya po lo chi 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 ya po to po ran po lo la jem chi chi li po lo sha me sam po la ta do shu pe heng chi yun sa po sa dur na mo po sa do na mo po por ke pa ta da dur da ji ta on ga po lo ji lo ji ji lo di ji li mo he por ti sa po sa mo po la mô la mô si mô si lô thô yu chu lu xe ra men du lu pa xe ya di mô he pa xe ra ya ra di thô la di li ni si thô la ya la xe la mô pa mô la mô ra di si ta si na ha la xe po la xe li ya sa pa xe ya hulu mô la hulu si li so la si li su Sulu Putia, Portia, Putu Yemi to La Chin Cherum di Lisiani Namo, Airport Naso, Poheji to Yopohe, Moa Heji to Yeso Pohe, she to your Yishi, Pola Yesa so, La Genchi, Shopohe, La Lola, So Poheji. La Singamuke sopo he sopo mo he shi to ye sopo he shi la to ye sopo he po to mo he shi to ye sopo he lo la jin ke la ye sopo he mo po le sheng sha la ye sopo he ne mo he la dar nar do la ye na mo ali ye po lo shi he so la yes he hon ji dan to man do yes to he bo la bo mi do xin jing guo shu sha xin xin bo re bo lo mi do shi a shu ja yu yor je kong yor yi ke ku sha li shi xia yi kong be yi shi 说让人心服如西，下来是西服 小空兄不行不面不过不行不行不行是故空中无限无数中心无言而被写现已无限形象就发无言间乃是无意识些无意无明乃是无有理是是以无了是真有苦给me Deu urgiu eu dei urso de cupo pisa tu ye por polomi tu porco jonu qua hai u ka ku yo con bu yon nei den dor men jang ju reng ner han san si por ki por polomi dor ku dar dor lau san yo san por ki kursi por polomi dor shi da shin shi dar ming jo shi wo shang shou shi wo ding ding shou chu yi kur shen shi bo shou ko shou por polo mi dor shou shi shou shou yo shi gar di bolo di bolo seng di porti sampor ke nan mo fo nan mo da mo ye nan mo seng ke ye nan mo kun ji sha pu sha ra ba jin je da shi po han jo sha la pa Dicen domoni mo he bodeng melo lulu dise jala jer lisa ye hung basa he an ba tur morgen do morni solar hung an balato bona namusan mandor morto nana boladi he dur sher solar nan daje tor han ke ke she hung hung ruwala bola ruwala dise charge shili ja shopoja sandi ja shi so wa he namu tu ye namu damo ne na mo senke na ji di hulu shi tu shi li boli poji dali bulu so wa he namo Pagewari abala madale Juliana subini shi da de jola yada geta ye hana he sanyo ye dani yeta nar sali saba sang sigeli pali shuda dalama baba ge nam sang ma wo ge di shawabi shu ima hena waria pali shu mobo ke pali pisha she julu ber la shayeda to le gerto Yer heti tan mian san boto yer da shito wong pisha she san mojer di show hell mane by me hong mageni yanar jitu deba da jerte Jardar wer dali kesa war tam buli jita gula nana buli deur ter banan normal lo jishua so heli poli porundi Kyo he kyor heri toloni di lir ni lar di pirlini di mo he kya di jen ling kandi na mo wer mi do po ya do ya dor di ya to e mili du pu pi re mili doji dan po pe mili bo pi ran di ya milo do pi ran do he kya ni ke Teno di dor jar li so po he na mo foto nan man mor da mo nan man mor sang tena mo shi li mo he di bi ye poli bo polo no sherali san por da shed ni mo he pi he lord ke di san man por jor poli di poli no ali no da mo di mo he pi di mo he mi di go mo Senke keji shen kishiti sanman tu watu wanobolo ni shortinian yaran racing pu patin shun lai fiu yo tong shun shi yo sharn chun mio shen min tin ti o wei ten ti yo wo ping chen gor wan wo yo o wei pu ro ko sha shen do wam pung ching shi shen shi vi chen chen yen nang a fu yi shi vi shi yan hing li ching ching shi yu sure yan ming wo nai After hey yo gichi mani to go miki somo poco wa ho ki wa mixista mixtarki arte heiario gichimari tu komiki somo poho wow ki wanixi stamix tarki heyo harna heyo harna heyo te torabia egina heyo te ya torabia kina heyo te ya to hartardi won gina in yuti to hardi won gina in you ya hi you ni va hu hi you ni va hu ya hi you ni ar ni na Nina Yahi Nahi Nina Univa Huahi Univa Yahi Nirna Yani Sini Hawa Yani Sini Hawa Nahini Swavira Kini Hini Swavira Kini Nini Tuna Hohu Nini Tuina Hohu Wasina no Hohu Warasina no Hohu Ni Masi Asi Sini Himasi Asi Om Nariyana Virmaha Vasudevaya Dirmahi Tano Vishnu Prachudeva Kararaya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahi Tano Krishna Prachudaya Rom Tacharya Virmahe Sasraksharya Mahadevarya Dirmahi Tano Ruta Prachudaya Romakarantarya Virmahe Vasudharya Dirmahi Tano Radhi Prachudaya Romakaranya Nyari Virmahe Kanyar Kormari Yai Dirmahi Tano Prachudaya Tom Bagdev Yai Chavirmahi Kamarajarya Dirmahi Tano Devi Mayado Mahadev Yachar Mahe Vaishno Parthya Char Di Mahil Tano Ashmi Prachodayat or Munir Search the Yananga Tritam Botes Namti Marchnam Sear Tri Basoi Muru Riki Tir Trias Dandoin Search Turnatasi Dam Duran Dam Tirnim Chirol Biasefu Torviti Loriga Screen Sin Lori Nainas Garden Mortur or Ser Tomti Osminti Bas Corbas Ser or near Nambar Narbam Sirdam doing Stair Findruni, Fierbaro, or Tier Morich, or Sort Tier Morich, Romo Fulnerni, the Lomorich, Nimti Bas, or Fiach, or both Etching Bragmana, Fear Dorchlina, Dor Dorlasna, Doria, Dorchlina, and Dale. Turna Kore Beran Buretin Dom Tior Chernam Sir Teori and Raul Universidad Sham Sierra de la Confirmina se Fubroni Biers Nanga Beltir Moser Sham de Lundur Virgil Omeo on Shurter Om Luadlon Moram Sensor Charnemic Proporcher Tarek Settler Bernard Sercher de Borrier Gotongor Kuku Murli Saroberon Deans Virtu Noid Vum Sardomeneus Terhirusam Lustir Damnas Lustir Panas Lustir Damnas Lustir Krishnas Lustir Damnas Lustir Tuas Lustir Super Paplum Trum Damne Benedicto Tua Arteheye Yayo Arteheye Yayo Arteheye Lo need to see law when you get a kick taye Yayo lo need to when you get a kick taye Yayo Arteheye Lo nita when you get a kick taye Yayo nita kuya when you get a kick taye Yayo Arteheye Lo Minching she non pe wayuze Arteheye Lo Ninchi got kike Arteheye Lo Chanon Pauchi Charurpi Charopa Charwan Chachiaropi at the Halo Chayani Pikita at the Halo a two Chahi or Charco a two Chahi or Charco Unko Killa Chaya Hell at the hell yellow at the yellow 1 yard money 1 yard money one money at the yellow at the yellow let you can tell you let you can tell you Takumaki Chaka Hena one yellow Takumaki Charga Yara 1 year low at the yellow at the yellow yo Minching Shi Tawaki ya Minching Shi Wakila Shia Oyarti Nichi Garkatachi Oyatir Nichar Piakatechi Yarte Yellow Arte Yellow Haye Yo Haye yo Milakin Hichigar yo michi yana wawaka ke ye wawaka black ke ye onchi hey yo chi hey yo chingi wasarna warasna waka yen ke puya chinya wasna waka yen ke onchi yo chi hey yo le he ya he ye ya he ye ye kangi yo ya te ye chaya wo wello kangi yo te ye chayo wello ni ya te ye he you well ni ya te ye he you well one bali galeshka one ya ni hi yo well galeshka one ya ni hi yo well Mio con one lucky ye ye Mio con kin one lucky ye ye henna one lucky hari ya hey ye hi ye ya hey ye ya ye hey ya ye min ching shi wa ya min ching shi mi ra wa ya te hu we are te ya ye he lo arte ya he lo ya ni piketai ya well piketai ya lo wasa waki tai ye wasa waki tai ye the chi ye po ye the chi ai po ye hey yellow at the hey yellow maka ye la tal na makwe ye Alena makwe ye perwan yan makwe ye perwan yakwe ye aramakuwe aramakuwe ye ina hekuo misun kala che ye mani ye misun kala che ye o ina hekuo wana kita wana sapi kita won chi tazipa michu ye won chi tazipa michu ya te he yelo arte he yelo he kian yang ka gali he kian yang ka gali ya wana sapi kita ke ya lo war le chi sapi kita ke ya lo war in kete kagario wani kete kagario ate helo mi wan marian ko mi wan marian ko i kangio ate wan chanku hello wan kangio ya te wan chanku lo yani pikete cha kola he yellow kola he yo makasito marian kio yarte uki o yarte uki wan pali o yarte wan hoshi he yellow arte he yellow arte he maka o wan chaya uki e kinu ki ate kinu o yarte wan hoshi he yellow arte he yellow Leno wakan garche arte he yellow wagali kinhan wakan garche arte he yellow chanonin wakagarche arte he yellow mio karn kinchu arte he yellow ugali kini tartar arte he yellow minchi hena kupi minchi hena kupi ya makuche one wash care Aripikete arte hilo wana wicheshkartiye we huto humani okatano tano koyan wahin kete koyan wahin kete ate michuya wahin kerte michuya wahin kerte michuya hiya wasa watin kete ahia wasa watin kete hanpa wache Tawakila la one bleni chala he lo win bleni chala har yellow toke cha one we getting kete toke cha one we get a king kete ni kun he yellow wakanya ni yakin kete wakanya ni yakin kete changelishka one lusani yakin kete Changelishka one lusanin kem kete yarikupo one wariyarikupo at the halo. Anesrai kisarne hisukin truas lujas kapitalen brujas kupungin jaror katam sekem ne pungan kajetan the ornum squasher up na projects and main age parash support them sutin you not get her super up self coming new to na prune second them do sure never be water do of the road put the truths minimum hot your snap that get more move up to top of doesn't matter about making the issue set up with them heat upon total ramana per depths and Encounterar mai tanah pintu atau new shops ngerti mai habrang lu shops kemna sing timi hab cuci sudah pada betul betul mai keru mana relation seperti kita bersama so sapi pasarapi ek nampak ni mana kapte ko ben orang mereka sikit orang nomor kita baru ni syarat itu teru hanya nemu kata benam ku haru benu weru so tapi oi kata karen kis mau tapi rot ken spam semua tapi ken di pada pun sore tim kerap seri keru snek kerum suruh kum krisis krinus ketu tu Secundus necessary para the pandemic is making news to worry to them should discover we are eating another taken up for such of like the days. I said number how many men have been pets of she said we should have a second one pet to touch it for what second toy her and mamu kintet w up what second su second toy have been being that's was that for bus was that it was at para second more for the sort of me getting the caps to subser parker have got a every to never so that the yet sector so we take a separate room misgetting so my left had happened them do second much but the amkatu nor horror mouth the papa the case to solution as got here na horror the babas the case question as got here some sana from skill no matter the new to the man ever use to be shakaru nekin saru pas rata you know na closing day bu never man na ki na hem never na have cautious that pada na me ready to do Nessa sumamente noi se kabushi said se dopo boy bojo quando mai questions more kamisha factors and can enter perimeter and mistuka nepti to can no per to promise you got in just out to nepset in it and need to check in and for share ekem curry pocket ko bru short asian and yet he said on with the pay you okay, no, I'm accepting every rook. Sorry, shoot the new top and it's an assassinating who wabudi and get in a mind in Japan and heading church at the Zram home. Meet I go to Maruta kicking into the through. So you can add that somebody you or me to but Marati never to one head of the Japan Maracam who has seen the get. You can yet the Canadian just marry for that was more Moric and soils or upper carapan would take them as into never 10 minutes ever can the manu resic never the them 3 and white opposition in a check I come to be such times or two of them and epic use of temple that the use of a temple that them hotty as you put you to be your election with the control them the permanent good of an using a pregnant the news from neighbor can ten more totally the sort of put all the jet to nami you know like the musical more at the question if you go but there was super remember that is what getting the door back to I can you Gwrs na bys yn troi am y cwn damri awsam yn nhw yn pep mor hwn am yn amasig baig yn sŵn bled sex yn edeg na thri tapta pym saca nhw bod hat bod hor fydda negyd gormau gwn neu bran nhw mesus tŵn oed Rwy'n ddim mwyd teg yn mynd nhw yn yrgyd sy'n yn egdi o sed yn heg am o hoed na thri yn thi am ni'n pan sŵr yn hen yn sŵr heb nhw'n sy'n seg sŵr i'n neb sy'n sgydau gormau yn nhw yn syri yn rygyd o That's my shoe do it. Bishop, I don't know fish and I check the product to mommy was rude was temporary going up then should a cook creek come and I know to the throne compensate and name shake it never that on the ship any correct number of them do use correct particular temperature have a new your new shot the rest of the Penapers always wash nas wash and sort my hands on the Penapini second on any set put in the assorted diesel but if I choose mention me set to ram signal for Capra Capri never parashak orna and Biere or other Macabere on his process so I could carry a baby with do I need to say you want to nine Abayak Sebafrasiana pretend choreographers blues representing its Ramal Wishabu second per calendar from each to get the current Charato Mopitem Toy Capran Karamarku among the American Baruras or Herotions or one get a brand Yamaru and Miss to never get some of the Kanakawabe or Quaback or Mexican. Wabak na to sa second quarter periodic strips, you could or study getting and and Luarish and Bishop get the conclusion on use to make a use and I came in intrusion because then something get what do I feel should one or right over but then you should never say to making God is your title mission with you need better in a brain of the Christmas kind of ticket and new comments episode and office of the purpose or South Hand capital wins of capital more from sure to in the Patinia Poised at the threshold of shadows and suns, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the showers from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I enter into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the mission and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment that I may remember and tread again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of it. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 years. Sikia Kampasia Kampa. New Geb, Geb, New Keprara Matumatum Consuar Sim Tabo Palanation to Wina, I or similar Shambu Palanation to Wina, I or similar Palanation to Wina, Abra. Wow. I hope you're having a good morning. I hope you're doing well. If you're wondering what all those words were about, they were blessings in other languages, bringing things together. Yep. I'm getting there. That was before that one. That one happens there. This one. That one happens before that one. And then that one. And then that one. Got it. I got it. I'll be with you in just a moment. I'll be right with you. I'll be with you. I'll be with you. We'll get you repositioned TikTok so you can have a better view down there. We'll get you plugged in YouTube so you can make sure you charged up over there. As soon as I get some. Oh man. Oh yeah. See, I sit on my ankle like I sit on the ball of my foot. So a lot of my I wind up feeling it usually. Yeah. When you can, I'm personalizing because this was a personal thing. When I learned I could scream in silence, I could scream the physical pain I feel in silence. That taught me the best darn poker face in the world. Be stabbing the cranky out of me. I'd be losing everything. I'd be like, you okay? Doing good? I'm good. Yeah. All right. It's not going to act like a big issue about it. Generally speaking, when one creates something, people have ammunition, they have fuel to build. So I'm careful what I let other people build with of my energy, at least.
somebody was kind enough to get me some coffee. And I was like, my coffee maker's broke. And someone else had one of them tiny little coffee makers usually you get in your hotel room, And they had one of those lying around, so boom, boom, I got coffee. That was a blessing. You sit up properly. Boom, boom, there you go. Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Central's Angel Hood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You, yeah, you, be anything you want to be. You can dream up anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of thought and deed. You? Yeah, you're magic. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. You electromagnetic individual, you have the capacity to activate that magnetism through your active emotions. And your magnetism, that's what you decide to do with your life every day. That's what you decide to pay attention to. And so that which you desire to become, you can. You're not stuck to following Joe over here. You're not stuck to following religion over here. You're not stuck to political party over there. You're free and independent to be the creator that you're meant to be. And that's the whole reality of this experience on earth. What am I high on? I'm high on my connection with divinity. I had a mother. She passed away. She's my best friend. You're like, oh yeah, a lot of kids. Oh, you just mama's boy. I was married and I had 2 daughters. And guess what? They wound up passing away too. My 2 daughters passed away too. All right, you want to step up your comments on there? I've been through the ringer. I lost everything. I had the Cadillac CTS paid off. I had the townhome. I had the whole suit of armor and all the stuff and bells and whistles to go with it. And you know what I said? Here's my chips. Boom, I give up. Because that whole Bible book that you thrown at me said, be no part of your world. It said, don't sell into your gimmicks. It said, don't pay your fucking bills. It said, don't do that. Screw that. Oh, you talking about money? Okay, pay Caesar's money to Caesar. Okay, Mr. Caesar, here's your money. I'm going to live my life. Mr. Caesar don't own my blood. Mr. Caesar don't own my flesh. And this planet grows food from the ground. So you setting up laws that say I can't grow my own food or something? Well, then we're going to touch divinity now because it's going to be beyond man's law. It's going to be beyond the realm of Caesar. We're going to get up top. We're going to call up top. You know, when my mom, she used to call a company, you know how you call the phone company, somebody you owe bill to, and you start talking to them. They don't give you the manager. They don't talk to the people at the top. My mom, I don't know how she'd do it, but I'd hear her every time. And she would say exactly these words: you get God on the phone. I want to talk to God. And they would put the biggest, tallest manager on the phone. Even in the damn bank, she did the same shit. And they walked up and they were forced to cash a big ass check. They didn't want to. They wanted us to open an account, $75,000.
Fuck you. Thank you very much. You cash checks. I'll take my money. Goodbye. Don't want anything else to do with you. Yeah, whose rules do you choose to put at the top? Because that's the authority that's going to run your life and anybody who gets within it. You have free will, and everybody in this world up to today has tried to steal your free will. They have tried to take your free will so that they could have a puppet, so they could have a minion, so they could have their own AI right next to them. And I bark a command and they do, let me change the direction you want. You know, like Shredder and Ninja Turtles, and he tells the foot soldiers or Bebop and Rocksteady, do this. And Bebop, we okay, yeah, boss. That's it. Because they ain't free. They can't just do what they want. They don't got a teacher. They got a drill sergeant just controlling everything they do, and got them doing what they want to do, what somebody else got them planning to do. They ain't the person. Shredder ain't no more than a pawn in the foot soldier, the brain. He's just Brain's toy. That's it. Brain, the big body. He tells Shredder, you do this. This is what we got to do. You get this. And then Shredder goes and he tells his little foot soldiers and Bebop and Rock, say, you do this, you do this. They just pass it on. That's bad guys. They just pass it on. That's where I found success. Success comes in not gaining followers. I mean, leaders. A group of leaders. We all independent. You ain't gotta follow me, I ain't gotta follow you, but we all moving in the same direction. So let's secure this together. Let's bring forth an alliance, because all I see in the world is division. Division. Oh, look at our group. We love everyone, but unless you wear our colors, unless you spout our narrative, you ain't really part of us. You gotta walk, talk, quack, and swim just like us, or else you don't fit in. You be a black sheep. And that black duck, you can go way wherever somewhere else, because we don't fuck with that. Well, this is the group of the outcasts. This is the black duck, the black sheep family. And it ain't got no name at the top. My name's Setra. Set is the dark. That's chaos. Egyptian Ra, that's the light. That's order. The Chi, the CH in the middle of Set and Ra, that CH, Set Ra, that CH your own chakra system. That's your own ability, because you have chaos and you have order within you. You have darkness and you have light. Now, darkness don't mean it's carrying a lie. It doesn't mean it carried a lie. It moved in complete hidden darkness. It wasn't seen. It didn't lie. It was a sneak attack, motherfucker. You didn't see any coming, and it fucking happened. The world, they're gonna lie and manipulate you because they need a little pawn, a foot soldier right next to them, so they can take the hit. So you can run ahead and take the hit, and they can be like, "Ooh, yeah, I'm safe." Woo! And they can keep their good shit. Don't fall for other people. Don't be their damn follower. You grow up to be your own leader, a leader of your own life, a leader of your own will, your own choice. That's what the channel's all about, anyways. Would anybody like a tarot or a tarot oracle reading? I'm old. I do it. I do them both. If you'd like a reading, go ahead and throw that in there. If you've been hanging around, I got my I well, we're live every day. The words of power that we spoke earlier in the ancient languages, those are blessings. Those were blessings from all around the world. There's been scientific study that supports the reality that we create our own cannabinoids and our own DMT inside of our body, not externally, not anything like that, but within our own body through meditation, breathing techniques, and everything I found connected to the ancients revealed these experiences to me. And for the past 4 years, no, it's wrong. At least 2 years. I want to say more. The last 2 years, I have been seeing science research, article, blah, 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 everything legit. And it's been coming out just in the news, and it completely supporting everything I've been doing with my life on a scientific level. I apply the view of ancient Egyptian and what I personally take in. But I'm not following just a religion. I'm not just following a doctrine. You could follow the law of the land, right? You could follow the government's, you could follow the legal law, right? Don't do this and you don't do that and you do this, you don't do that, those you do that, you get in trouble, right? You can follow those laws. But is it going to make you happy? Is it going to make good friends if you just do the bare minimum of following the legal law? Is that going to secure your happy future? Hell freaking to the no. All day long. Hell to the frick no. No, 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 no. You got to be beyond that. You got to step up those qualities and come at life completely different from a divine level, from a divine perspective. Not that you don't have to do anything. Just, I remind myself that of all the time. Somebody tells me you got to do something. Shit, I don't have to do nothing. I could sit here like a bump on the wall to the rest of my life and let everything go to put if I wanted to. I don't have to do anything. I have free will. I get to choose. What's my choice? I rather follow divine instruction. So that's what I tune into. That's who I follow. Divine guidance. And that divine guidance comes from a resonance within that brings alignment and attunement into my life. And I did ask if anybody wanted a tarot oracle reading, and then I didn't look and see if anybody put a comment on there. So I'm just kind of looking right here, see if anybody's there that was like, yo, I'll take a reading. I'll look over here at TikTok in a moment. Let's see. Boom. All right, Noob Master. They would like a reading. We'll do a reading for you, Noob. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Let's see if I can spot my pen. My pen. Spot some paper. There's my clipboard. I'll write some names down. All right, we got New Master first. I'm gonna go over TikTok. I do one reading after the other, so if people are still around, when it's their time, I'll do it. Red J said, "Sure, I'm curious enough," so I'm gonna put Red J next. Those are the two. I'm gonna come over here. Sunday Adams said you would like reading there. Let me write that down. I guess I should write which apps connect to here, so I make sure I look for the right response on the right app. There we go. Easy enough. Is there anybody else over here? Percy. Boom. Let's see. It's fantastic. Let's see. Well, I'll write your name down, Percy. It's fanatic. It's fanatic. I'm writing you down. It's fanatic. I got you. I'm one person, and we'll get you in there. Oh no. I got you. All right. Boom. Got you there. And Percy. I'll write Percy's name down. Boom. All right, that's 5 names I got written down. So I'm going to do these readings. I'm going to say the name of the order. And all right, so when I do a reading, I take a couple of moments to connect with the person, make sure you're there, and then take just a couple moments to connect. And in those couple moments, I'm just talking about whatever, but I just have you on my mind. That's in my heart. I'm good. That's the person that's who I'm connecting with to do a reading. And then whenever I feel that boom hit, then I'm shuffling the cards for you and pulling the cards, and then I take a breather until the next reading. Just a short minute, anywhere between 2 to 5 minutes, depending. Just to clear energy on my own. I'll talk about whatever, groove about whatever, and move on to the next person. I'll call the name, and if you're there, boom, start that process and go through it. So the order that I have is Noob Master, then Red J, then Sunday Adams, and then It's Fanatic, and then Percy. Those are the ones I got written down. So if you want a reading and you're like, give me a reading, I want a reading, I'm not looking at the screen right now because, well, for me, literally, if I move fast, I might fit all of these in an hour. If I move slow, we're looking at an hour plus. And so I'm not trying to, make the last person wait to get this reading. I'm not trying to be slow on anybody here, but at the same portion, at the same token, other side of the coin, um, I gotta honor my process so that I make sure and do things precisely and correctly. And that's a little tip for anybody out there doing your things. Make sure you get your ducks lined up in a row first. Sometimes people don't come up, they'll push you, start. Are you ready? You ready? You're not ready? You'll start right now. And you start, and then you start screwing up. Everything you do is a mess up, a mess up, a mess up. Why? Because you weren't ready. You did not finish setting up all the dominoes. You didn't finish your preparation, and they hastened. And when you hasten something, yes, it's making it happen faster. But in that definition of hasten, there's a good chance for error. When error happens, well, we all know how that road goes. And that's the road we all trying to avoid. Uh, all right. Let me grab my cards here. I'm coming. I'm coming. I got it. I got it. Because this book's got like pages. It's there. All right, Noob Master. You're having a good day, Noob Master. New Master. I haven't seen you around, New Master.
It's interesting. The world. Somebody told me about a lot of events going around the world. I can focus on one thing. I can focus on more things. Multitasking is vitally helpful skill. New master. Interesting. All right. Ooh, change up of energy. Change up of energy in the world of energy. That's a definite fact. Now, what I do, what I've learned, the truth of magic, the truth of tarot and oracle and doing the readings is we're going to find out not just what our current situation is, not just what the future is, but what to do in order to change our course of direction. A lot of people, it was my future. What's coming at me? Well, shit, ain't enough coming at you in your life. So know that this is all positive, that we have the ability to change our course. We can change our destiny. And it's not just believed or known in one ancient way, it's known in multiple. And well, a lot of answers to that. Anyways, the first card here is the Eight of Cups. And this is bringing out scandals due to love affairs or unfortunate choice of husband and wife. Which is something we talk about every single day. People misdirect. People don't know themselves. And at times, we do go through changes in our lives and things are different. People start living differently and they don't tell the other one. Starts out good, doesn't end good. The second card here, though, we have is the Two of Acorns. Now, the Two of Acorns is bringing out collaborations, gifts, and good advice. It may indicate a fortunate partnership, a lucky couple, or the doubt between two options. Be altruistic and listen to your heart. Be altruistic and listen to your heart. Woo! Woo! Very next card. Initial choice, bad choice.
collaboration, gifts, partnership. Good choice. Good choice. Listen to your heart. Now, this is something I want to make very clear here. When I give the advice to listen to your heart, there are people who have not developed their heart. They have not developed the activation of their heart. It's not their heart that they're feeling impulses from. It's instinctful cravings. Okay, and those instinctual cravings can feel so intense that one thinks that's their heart speaking up. But the heart's going to cause consideration. The heart is going to cause results that keep you safe and limit the amount of bad things that are going to happen. So your heart being developed into it for an altruistic, for helping others, for that kindness and that love, being aware of somebody's activity. It's real simple. We're gonna move on to the next card after this comment. When I hang out with somebody, anybody, I pay attention to ultimately, are they hurting other people with their words, or are they building other people up with their words? Which one's happening? Because ultimately they're going to be a complainer. They're going to look at the world and glass is half full. I don't have enough. It ain't working out for me. Or they're going to be a glass is half full kind of person. And they're going to be positive and optimistic. And yes, a realist. And you don't want to just be optimistic. Oh, it's great, and run off the cliff and fall and hurt yourself. You want to be optimistic and have some real, know what's actually happening. I'll leave it right there. This card here. Now on that last card, there was a comment where it said or the doubt between two options. A doubt between two options. The next card is the 5 of coins, the 5 of diamonds, and it's bringing out exclusion. You're unsure as to where you're drawn. Perhaps your needs changed over time and you need something different. Something different. Something different. Maybe the doubt between two choices was saying, I've went down those paths. I've seen other people go down those paths. And you know what? I want to pick a different path. That's why I'm doubting those. That's why I'm looking at that. Yeah, I want a good collaboration. Yeah, I want a good partnership. But my interests are up in the air right now, and I gotta find out where I'm heading first before I make a decision of who I'm going to collab with, of who I'm going to partner up with. Good considerations. That's really what I see here is not just a reevaluation of the course of head. It's a complete readjustment. We get in a new outfit, a new identity, a new persona. What's somebody going to name it? What's they're going to call it? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm discovering it right now. The best I can do is take some notes about my journey. Be like, damn, that was really cool. Ain't nobody going to believe that except maybe Seth over there on the show. He'll believe, but I don't know about too many others. Then shoot me an email about your experiences. I'll be happy to read about them. But this brings us to our last card. And if you're drawn to the number 11 at all, 11 is a very divine number. Very divine number. 58, 2, 5. The last card is number 11. Number 11. And this card is Senjur Kanjiza Bosasu, the ruler of all Karnen, saving humanity in any way possible. Try a wide variety of methods and solutions. Choose your answer after careful consideration. You will have many different choices, things which will be important later. Your surroundings are filled with unlimited possibilities. You're blessed with all the tools and means you could need to fulfill them. This is all because you dedicated time and effort to set the stage, but you may find yourself with too many opportunities, leading you to question which path is for you. Take your time and really think about what it is that you need so that you can make the choice that's correct for you. There may be things that you think you don't need right now, though they will be important later, so be careful how you handle them. Senju Karlen is one of the six Karlen savior to those wandering lost in the hungry ghost realm. She has 1,000 arms, which is what Senju means, and in the palm of each of her hands is an eye. Her hands and all the things she holds are so that she can help every single person in need in the way which suits them best. Central Carmen chooses the sacred object you need the most and uses it to bring salvation. The blessings of this Carmen are the most numerous of any Carmen, ranging from her infinitely deep and merciful heart to blessings against disaster and sickness, and even blessings of love, success, and relationships. Blessings, protection against disasters, recovery from illness, adoration. Weren't mentioned otherwise. So I'd say don't don't run away from the drawing board too soon. That'd be the final message on that one. Do you have any questions or comments or anything along those lines at all, new master? Sweet, sweet. Very good, very good. And I'm going to put it in here as well. And let's see here. Boom. I'll put my email in here. If you do want a copy of my book, it's free. Just shoot me an email. Boom. Setra at yahoo.com. SECHRA at yahoo.com. It's there in the chat log. If you want a copy of my book, I'll send you a free PDF copy. If you want to buy a copy, it's available on Amazon.com. If you enjoy the PDF copy and you're able to give a donation, awesome. I've got my GoFundMe connected to my profile page. And other than that, is Red J still here? Red J, if you're still here, please comment and we will proceed to doing the reading for yourself. Red J's here, sweet. Hey, we're going to take a short little, we're going to get to you, Red J. Just give me a moment. Like I said, a little reset for myself. But you know what? I like this. This is from the one and only Unity. The one and only Unity. That's kind of impossible. It's kind of impossible to name a unity with a word because the spirit, it knows vibration, and those current, and either your vibratory chakras, your system of your own harmonics aligns with the frequency of love, or it doesn't. I mean, either you align with love, innocence, and goodness, and that unity is nameless. I mean, we could say this or that, but even the name that I have for Setra is it's not really a personal name. It's more of a state of being, and anybody can attain that. Everybody really is there, and with that state of being is that Set is the dark, the chaos, and Ra is the order, the light. And within inside of each of us, we have chaos and we have order. We have darkness and we have light. We have our subconscious we don't think about, and we have our cognitive mind of thoughts we do know of. All of these aspects relate to every single person. And in the middle between Set and Ra is the personal CH, the Ch, the Ch, the Setra, the Setra. And what you get from that is your own personal chakra system. That's your energy. That's your ability with a heart of love to bring chaos and order together into unity and say, I want to do the correct thing in every situation. Sometimes there's some pretty dark stuff in the world. And you know what? Mama Bear got to show her teeth and not look so loving because she got to scare off what's coming after her cubs. It's a global consciousness, and it doesn't matter what you wear or look like or what group you think you belong to. It's an energy, it's a state of being. And I know, just like for myself, as for others, that I've found loving people in many different groups. And it, whatever the group, whether it was good or bad, I saw the person, they did they didn't fit in with the gossip. They didn't fit in with the social agendas. They didn't fit in with all of that. They were there doing a good thing, following their heart, like they because they were a good person, and that's why we got along, and that's why we connected, and that's why we didn't judge each other, and that's why we could talk and share anything that was to share with each other, and not be mad at each other afterwards. But we could like understand each other and draw closer. And if anything, it taught us how to respect each other even more. And that love doesn't seek to change anybody. It seeks to nurture them. Anyways, Red Jay, Red Jay, Red Jay, Red Jay, Red Jay. I seen a blue jay. There was one person, and they were like, "There's a green jay," and I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Yeah, there's a green jay," and they gave me a yellow jay. It was not a green jay. They said it was a yellow jay, and they gave me a feather, and I still got the feather. I got two of them. They're around here somewhere, but my feather usually go to a little stubby portion because I wind up using them. When you when I say using them, I mean like feathers take a hit getting brushed up against. But anyways, Red Jay, Red Jay, Red Jay. We've all been pretty lost in this world, but just like a bird, I don't need to follow anybody's direction. knows exactly where to go from its environmental cues. You learn how to fly. Start picking up some tricks from other things, from other animals you see up in the sky flying around you. Just need to see that it's possible, and then you can do it. So you can conquer your fears. When you conquer your fears in the face of others, you help them conquer their fears at the same moment. That's what I learned. How? People are afraid to do things in life, right? Like, let's say there's a cliff and it's pretty high off the water. And you look down below and you're like, there's no way I'm going to survive that. And everybody's like, go, jump, 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 jump. And one dude, one person, chick, dude, whatever, one person out there, they says, screw it. I don't care. I'm going to do it. They run and they jump. And they get down to the bottom. Yeah! So then other people start jumping in after them because they say, well, hell, he survived it. He don't even know how to do nothing. He ain't no professional swimmer. I know him. I've seen him since he grew up. He knows how to swim, but he never been to like diving classes or nothing. And shoot, he made it. She made it. Boom. Next one goes. Next one goes. Next one goes. Everybody starts doing it. Just takes one. Just takes one. And that could be you overcoming one of your fears. How do you overcome? How do you get over your fear? You face it. You bring that mug head on. You're an indomitable force, and that fear you believe is an unmovable object. But when you actually stand up next to that object, you're going to see that it's actually, shoot, you just like slide it out the way. Maybe it is unmovable. So you decide to go, well, I'll just change my trajectory and go around the edge. Who cares? You figure something. Keeping your options open. You'll be able to keep moving forward unobstructed. It's all about your own perspective. All right, this one's for Red Jay. Just let me know you're here with me again, Red Jay. I know I've been talking for a little bit. I went off on one thing, and just want to make sure you're with me. Boom, boom, solid. All right. Got 4 cards. Oh, I'll find it. There we go. Boom. All right. Now this, very much, very similar. It's got a good ending. Just like I was saying, we change our future. We change our course. Because why would we want to change our course, our trajectory? Because the past is been full of actions. Who knows if divine law and order was followed on either end of anybody's circumstance or your surroundings? Perhaps you're following it the whole time, but everybody around you wasn't. So we got to open up that door to walk through to get somewhere else. Anyways, the first card is the Four of Swords. This goes back to an Egyptian tarot system. And this Four of Swords translates into immediate danger, or and also guilty thoughts and actions, remorse and regrets. This may not be you. This may be somebody around you. It may be for you, but for you to know. The next one, it gets better. That's okay. The next one we got is the 10 of Bells. And this 10 of Bells brings up a generous and faithful spouse, an esteemed professional. Prepare for some financial security from an important investment or alliance that will lead you to well-deserved success. So then that one really, that card makes me say that's the people around you. Because there's no way you actually did bad and are getting something good. The next card is the Two of Clubs. And this Two of Clubs is bringing up fired up for a project. Inspect your plan a little more cautiously, weigh up the feasibility often, go forward and implement step by step. On to the good, going with the plan, fired up for something good. Our last card here comes to Harnia Boisasu. Harnia Boisasu. This is the guardian of the Heart Sutra and Boisasu of divine wisdom. The walls of difficulty are built by you. Give things that excite you precedence. Just open the first door. Strike a balance between seriousness and flexibility. You might be looking to try something new, but maybe that new thing is a little bit out of your range or experience. Of course, there's no guarantee that it will be easy. But if your heart feels strongly poured towards this new endeavor, it would be a shame to give up just because it seems difficult. Don't shut the door on what could be an incredible opportunity to discover a whole new world. Instead, just begin by opening that door. If you walk through the door with sincerity and honesty in your heart, you will surely be welcomed with open arms. The six arms of Harnyaboses, who represent the six paramitas of Buddhism. His hand, representing the divine wisdom needed to reach enlightenment, holds the Heart Sutra. With this wisdom, many lesser Buddhas were able to attain enlightenment, becoming new Buddhas. Harnya Bosasu is one of the only Bosasu to appear wearing armor. This armor protects him from darkness and evil, and it represents your heart, like the armor. Your heart is ironclad and sound, allowing no darkness to penetrate as you continue your spiritual journey. The blessings, in addition, is sound health and spiritual training. Fired up for some spiritual training. At least that's where my mind went. But what you connect with in that series, Matt, I'm going to I'm going to mention as a last word on that reading, at least at this moment, is that just because a good future is lined up still requires our effort, still requires our awareness, and to make the effort for that. And everything else really explained itself. So unless you got a question, anything else, Red Jay, just let me know if you got a comment or anything on that. Awesome. Very welcome. Very welcome. Boom, boom. I gave my email earlier. If you want to copy my book, it's got a love language, has essentially how I navigate life. It explains the little different tools I can use along my way in order to keep staying on the advantage. And we got the GoFundMe on connected to the profile page. If not, no worries. If so, super thanks a whole super bunch. And let's see. Now we're moving on to Sunday Adams. Is Sunday Adams still with us over on TikTok? Boom, boom, awesome, awesome. Well, pretty much my space. On your question, yes, we got the third person now, and then it's Fanatic, and then Percy. You are correct. Thank you, thank you. And then you yourself, Percy, I should say. There was a comment over here. Very welcome. Sunday Adams says, "Greetings. I'll say, I cast my spirit over your house." Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. You are so kind and so loving. Blessings are always welcome and appreciated. And to everybody, I mean, look, I'm gonna take a moment before we jump right there for you, Sunday Adams. I'm gonna grab myself a little cup of Joe here, and you know, they were mentioning the world, the amount of earthquakes going on, the amount of weather anomalies, the gosh, what else is going on? The rivers drying up, massive rivers drying up, but other areas are completely flooding over. Just all sorts of just interesting things. And the only thing going through my head, the only thing going through my heart, which I really did, I didn't have words to really kind of say it in the moment, but perhaps I did. But I go back to my thoughts so many years ago, and those thoughts lined me up that in these times that we are living through now, we're watching the world go through it from top to bottom. We're watching the prophecies of everything falling out. And the one thing I knew when I was younger was that when that day comes, if there's fire raining down from the skies and earthquakes cracking under my feet and everybody's running around me, the divine father and the divine mother, they put a bubble of protection around me. I'm going to survive. Why and how? Because I'm connected to divinity, and divinity said you live. Divinity said you live. You're following divine law and order. You're my child. You live. So I don't worry about that moment. I'm not concerned about it. Not for me and not for anybody that has a proper heart. Because to have a proper heart, you got to support that heart. You got to encourage that will, the action to support what the heart wants to do. And then you have the faith in yourself. You build that up and you stand tall for something you believe in that no one else can see or hear or connect with. All right, all right, all right. Sunday Adams, Sunday Adams. We're going to get to pulling up some cards. And if you weren't here earlier, if you're new, if you just checked this channel out for the first time, this is real magic. This is just it's magic. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. You are magic. It's your connection with nature. Magic is nature. Everything I look for as far as history and magic, the word went back to nature. Nature, connection with nature. Why do we have to call it magic? Because this and this is more familiar than you know, something like this. So what you seem as natural is really artificial. And everything magic that you don't understand is nature, your nature. You're the fifth element. You got the four elements, you're human, and you can handle, you could create electricity, you could create fire, you could put all those four elements together and create. Boom, boom. All right, Sunday Adams. Reading for Sunday Adams. That one's just one. Nice. All right, all right. Oh. Now this first card is the Seven of Cups. This brings out, it means the triumph of or through a woman. You will conquer your lower passions and be made happy by a genial spouse. You will conquer your lower passions and you will find the correct partner in life. But first, we got to conquer those lower passions so that they don't cause us to do something that would cause such a partnership to end. We want to nurture that. We want to be able to care for that. The card that we got next is the King of Bells. And the King of Bells, there we go. Oh, it brings out a high profile, cultured, and well to do person, an employer, an acquired relative, or a civil servant.
who could help you out in many fields. So you got help, you got assistance. I like the fact that it said an acquired relative. That means it ain't necessarily somebody that's family connected, but there's a connection, someone, and they care for you more, care for you like family will care for family. I'm going to tell you what I learned about family. When I moved into divinity, here's what divinity had to teach me about family, because divinity told me, they said, your family. This was a while ago for me, personal memory. They said, you're family now. And I was still kind of worried about my stuff or, making it or something like that. However it's going to work out or whatever, end or whatever, I don't know. And the spirit had to come back to me and said, you don't understand. When we see your family, that means if one family member is starving, everyone in the whole family are going to be taken care of, not just today, but for the months to come. They're going to be keeping an eye and making sure they're fed. If there's one family member getting hurt or abused, everybody, if needed, will step up and get that one and make sure that they're taken care of and protected. The family ain't leaving nobody behind, not ever, not ever. And we forget that we have that family and we forget to connect with them. And so we wind up praying to some name, to some guy, to some person, to something put in front of us, and not even our own actual spiritual heritage, our ancestors. We don't even connect with our own ancestors because we're too busy trying to connect with somebody else. Starts with that. So, required family. It could always shift. It could always change. And maybe not right now. Maybe that comes in the future. Working through those lower passions, but you're not alone. Not alone in this. The next card, I really like how this is kind of flowing out, is Temperance. In this Temperance, it brings out, this is the Keymaster Tarot deck, goes back to the Rider-Waite system. I like what's in here. Temperance mixes two richly decorated goblets back and forth in a flow of equilibrium, magically shining the waves of life energy. They flow from top to bottom and back up again. Standing tall and dressed beautifully, the woman appears in a geometrically patterned room, filling the space. She moves the goblets to ensure the opportunities for the flow of life to constantly renew, finding the precise measure again and again. The perfect mix is the elixir of health. Her background is gold. She holds golden waves. Pale gold, finely spun wings provide protection and widely spread. Protection. Protection. TikTok does this thing. Just had to clear that out. So I like that protection. I like how we were talking earlier, how the cards came out earlier and mentioning protection. Oh, solid. Got one more card. Got one more card here. And this comes down to blessings from Dejashir Bozasu. Dejashir Bozasu. Illuminating the world with the great light of wisdom. Is now the correct time for your flower to bloom? Don't forget to water the lotus of your heart. Results stemming from long-term hard work. Learn your true strength. The garden of your heart is well taken care of.
The seeds you planted have taken root, and the first buds are almost ready to bloom. While it's not difficult to water plants, it's easy to grow bored of simple tasks. If your flower still doesn't seem ready to bloom, try to think about why that is. It may still be early in the season, or maybe it just needs a little more water. But rest assured, your flower will open its petals to the world in the very near future. Have hope and keep tending to the garden in your heart. One of the 13 deities, Deji Bozasu, is revered as the Bozasu who cares for those on the first anniversary of their death. With the light of wisdom, he illuminates all and saves those who are lost and those who are suffering. He has a water vase in his crown, flowers which bloom in the morning and bathed in the light of the sun. At night, they close their petals and rest. And finally, they bear fruit that harbors seeds. Our hearts are much the same. In the garden of all our hearts is the seed of Bodhi, enlightenment, which grows in the soil of our souls, flowering and bearing seeds again. The lotus bud that Daisy Shigozu holds represents the lotus nurtured in our hearts. And the blessings is growth. The additional blessings here is growth and wisdom. To make sure you get over those lower passions, you got some direct blessings for growth and wisdom, which is the perfect two things to get past the lower passions. And the rest middle, well, you everything in the real world, you want to have somebody to hang out with, and in the spirit world, you want to have some help. You keep your heart, focus on your heart, focus on your heart, focus on your heart. That is, I keep directing people back to the heart, back to your heart, back to your heart. Don't follow nobody else. Follow your heart. The good, innocent. I think YouTube just messed up my sound. Let's do a test. If it did, I'll fix it. Let's see. Just test. I'm testing, testing, testing. Should be good. Should be back. Should be rolling. Volume should be decent. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Hey, we know what to do when that happens. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Hey, we know what to do when that happens. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Hey, we know what to do when that happens. Sorry about that. My phone. Woo, woo, woo. Hey, we didn't fall. We got it. We good. We good. It's good. Yeah. Uh. Boo. My phone gets the feedback if I have my volume up in case this messes up. I'll raise the volume on this one, and when I say something, because I have the volume up on this one, it picks up the feedback once, and then literally it just keeps looping it. It'll loop, so I can say something, and it'll literally just go on a loop if I leave the other audio phone like to where it can hear it. Anyways, did you have any questions or comments, Sunday Adams, before we move on? I appreciate you. I draw my spirit back from your house. Thank you so much. You're awesome, bro. You're awesome. People know how to connect. It's pretty amazing. I've had moments like that in the past, and it's pretty awesome when those moments, when those doorways between dimensions open up. I think that's a beautiful reality to participate in. All right, now we've got who we got next. We got It's Fanatic. Is you still here with us? It's Fanatic. If you are, just leave a message in the chat log, and we'll get to shuffling the cards for yourself here momentarily. What we got here? It's Fanatic. Boom, they still here. Awesome, awesome. Before we move on to that reading, and give a couple moments. By all the magical names of old. By all the magical names of old. When I call out to the Divine Mother, I go over a Kemetic piece. I read over that first in the mornings. We go live at 3 a.m. Eastern. I believe that's -2 GMT, but I haven't verified that, so I could be off on the GMT. The blessings, they honor the Divine Mother, they honor the Divine Father, they honor the Divine Child. You are the Divine Child. The Mother and the Father, they are creators. You are a creator. As any parent would want their kid to carry on in their ways, the only way we can truly learn to love another person, let alone a spirit that's all around us constantly, is to learn how to love ourselves. And the word worship, you can look it up in the dictionary. You can pull it up on your phone, on your internet piece, on your laptop, on your computer. Bring it up right now. Definition for worship. It's going to translate into 2 words. Intense love. Intense love. If I want to intensely love anything, then I must embody love. And to embody love, love breaks all barriers, love breaks all boundaries. Love goes the extra mile, love learns, love adapts, love dies, and love is resurrected. Love doesn't look for that outside of changing anybody. When I read the ancient texts, it address the Divine Father, say, may you receive our sorrows, and we receive your power in return. May we give you our name and receive your name in return. May your life become our life, as in heaven, also on the earth, as in my mind, also of my actions. That's the rest of that. Just in case you weren't aware and you thought it ended with a period, you needed a translation. It's your thoughts, it's your heart, and it's your body aligned as one. And that alignment can't come. You cannot have a trinity unity of your own being if you're putting something else ultimately first. You have to honor thy own temple. That's where we cultivate worship. That's where we cultivate intense love. And then we learn how to give that to other people. All right. Boom. Let's move on. We've got it's fanatic. Coffee. So happy to have some coffee. All right, this one's for It's Fanatic. It's Fanatic. Thank you for hanging around. Thank you for still being here. Thank you for not leaving. It's nice when people stick around for the reading. As I've done sometimes, I write down 5 names and I get down and people aren't there. And so, anyway, thank you. And welcome. I can hear thank you too. Welcomes too. So personally, I don't shuffle my cards like other people normally. Like sometimes they'll see people and they'll shuffle it like a deck of cards. They'll flip it like they'll bend the cards. I've been in different environments in my life, and I've seen a deck of cards, a brand new deck of cards, look like it was a year old within, I don't know, 2-3 months, maybe less. So it made me really be aware of how I handle my own cards and the energy with them and all that kind of stuff. And I've got some cards they wind up getting some coffee on it, or get bent or something like that. It happens. It happens. But that's all right. It's fanatic. It's fanatic. Oh, nice. I like that setup. All right. This first card is the second arcane. This goes back to a Egyptian tarot system. And this is bringing out, here we have occult science represented by a stately woman seated between 2 columns of a temple. These columns representing good and evil. The figure is crowned with a crescent and her base is veiled, as a sign that truth is not visible to the profane. She has upon her breast the solar cross, emblematic of a universal generation, and in her lap a papyrus half covered by her cloak, indicating that the mysteries of the sacred science are unveiled only to the initiated. The tiara upon her head is the emblem of the power of intelligence, lighted up by wisdom, represented by the crescent. The figure is seated because science, united to wisdom and willpower, is immovable. Science, united to wisdom and willpower, is immovable. this arcane tells us that if man possesses a strong will, it cannot fail to see the true light and to obey it properly. It is essential, however, that they should keep silent as to their opinions and projects, as it has been said that the world belongs to the silent ones. I don't think you were with us yesterday, but if you were, and the day before, we were talking about the Temple of Silence. And that is an advanced state of meditation, being able to continue one's work in the shadows, because you're working in silence. There's no physical proof of anything you've been working on until your actions actually step up and take shape. And that's when you surprise other people. That's when their spirit had no intelligence. It had no idea anything was even going to happen. Every single normal day was going dot, 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 dot. There was nothing out of cue. There was nothing different. Same old, pop, complete surprise. That's how you get your win. The next card we got here comes to the Eight of Bells. This Eight of Bells, it's funny because I didn't see it and I don't normally mention it, but this card does have a little crease at the top. There's a little crease up here. It did bend. Huh, I didn't know that. I didn't see that. Interesting. Searching for a balance through rationality, material help, and close friendships. Take a closer look at the world of your emotions. Give up control. You're free from financial strictures. I got this card before in my life. It said I'm free from financial strictures. That means if my life was limited, if I couldn't get to my goals because money was stopping me, that ain't the case no more. So I'm living differently. I might not have $1 million. I might not have all of next month's rent together. I might this and that and da da da. And I got some food right now, but I go long enough rationing da 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 this. But you know what? I got this card before and it changed the way I saw things. And I have been attaining baby step after baby step and actually reaching my goals. I've reached a lot of minor goals. I've actually reached some major goals. And I'm still going. I had to create more goals because I actually reached my dreams. I actually did what I wanted to do back in 2023. Before December kicked in, I had evidence that my dream actually came true. It wasn't like I thought it would be, but it was already happening. So that's very powerful. It's very powerful. And I just want to bring out here, when it talks about giving up control, let me explain what control is. When I control a situation, I don't do this anymore, but I'm using myself as an example. Okay. In the past, when I wanted to control a situation, I gave certain information to him. I gave certain information to her. Was it both the truth? Technically, yes, but I left information out for them, and I left the information out for them. Why? Because I wanted their actions to maneuver that way or maneuver that way so that I could get whatever the heck I wanted. Favoritism, stay a friend, not get in an argument, whatever. Complete innocent goodness could be the thing in its misconception. You get the idea. We allow people to have free will when we give them the choice. When we step away and stop telling them what to do, we told them our honest truth. Now the ball's in their court. Do they want to keep being our friend? Do they want to keep supporting us, knowing that we feel the way we feel, knowing what we know? Let them give up control. Let them have the free will. Another aspect that jumps up here for me in this card is the crossroads. On a spiritual level, the crossroads is a major important vector, portion of life. And at the crossroads, what winds up happening, okay, if you've never heard the explanation of the crossroads, here we go. So if I go through a crossroads in life, what's going to happen is there's going to be an event. Let me use a real situation. I'll just use this as an example. So I'm connected to this bell. This is my Liberty bell. See, it's got a little crack in it, and it's the bell. And then I got over here, I got the independent with the fathers and stuff, and it's got the bell on there too, you know. So it's real special to me. I've had this bell for a good long while, and it's pretty special to me. And so say I come up to a crossroads event in my life. Now this crossroads event, the bell, I don't give it away. It gets taken. The bell gets taken by somebody, stolen. Now I can quickly identify this is a crossroads event. There's a spirit in that person, and I want to move forward in my spiritual journey. I want to move forward in my life. In order to move forward in my life, I need to get blessings from a particular spirit. This spirit that resides within somebody, it doesn't mean the person's aware that they got a spirit in them. It could just lead them to steal things that they feel it belongs to them. It happens, and it's real. So, knowing this, I sit down and I said, well, I'm going to let that bell go. I'm not going to fight them for it. I ain't going to hang around them. That's for sure. But I'm going to let that special item go. And I'm not going to feel jealous. I'm not going to feel angry. Don't mean I'm letting them close. Don't mean I'm being their friend. Don't mean I'm opening my door up to them just because they're knocking. Okay? But I'm going to let that item go. And I'm not going to cause a ruckus about it. It happened, it happened. And unbeknownst to them, and at this point, fully aware of to myself, I just paid the fee at the crossroads. The crossroads demon. I just paid the fee. And now, because I ain't got a grudge against them, the spirit feels it. The person's consciousness, that's not what I'm concerned with. It's the spirit that's within them. They're not feeling any bad energy from me. Complete just disconnect. They let me pass. And they don't act like a troll. They don't hold me back. They bless me. Why? Because I left them a blessing. Did they steal it from me? God, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. And that's how I get my blessings. That's how I move on in life. It's not about winning some human affair thing. It's about recognizing what we got to let. Because why? Maybe that bell's going to help that spirit get liberated. Maybe they're going to be able to help the body and the person get liberated because now they got a holy object that they got and they ring it all the time. They like ringing, they see and they ring it, and it's their liberty bell. And now they're ringing for their liberty. And maybe they wind up finding enlightenment and they get free from their delusion that they were stuck in, not connecting. The delusion was thinking that there was no spirit connection, thinking I'm just all human, all brain and body, all bronze. But nah, man. Got heart, got spirit in there too. Got that moving. There's one portion in the ancient things we bring up. I'll move on to the last reading here. It's Percy's in the last reading. And I'll get that for you. And uh and it's to the divine father, and it says, our heart is your shrine. That's what it says. Ancient text translates into, may our heart, not may, it says our my heart is your shrine. We think about the body as a temple. That's what another book said. It said the body is the temple. So then where's the shrine inside the temple? Because a temple has shrines, plural, inside of it. Generally speaking, it has multiple. Even if it's, yes, they always have a primary, but there's supportive other tiny, smaller shrines within. All right, Percy. Percy, are you still with us? And I didn't mention it, but if you had any comments, it's Fanatic. I'll scroll up if you say you left something for me or not or whatever. But if you had a question or whatever, let me know. I'm looking at the chat log and I'll answer that or whatnot. Super cool. So very welcome. Very welcome. Percy's still here. Woohoo! Yeah, that's 5 for 5. Oh man, that makes me happy. That hasn't happened in a while, actually. Yeah, seriously. All right, go that one. I'll look at something here. Yeah, that's nice. You're like, what you got? What you reading? What you reading? It was a card. I pulled up a disc card when I saw it. Like right away, it was like that card's for you. I was like, okay. So I was checking that out before we get to your reading, Percy. And it's a Ten of Swords, and brings Ten of Swords LX. Is that the right one? Did I read the right one? Thought I did. Yep, there it is. Boom. It says it's 10 swords arranged in a circle with the points alternately turned in and out. Looks like a wheel to the ship, to steer it. It says it means the succession of gains and losses, of quiet times and of struggles. You will be your worst enemy. The only one I'm competing with is myself. I ain't competing with anybody else. I just try to keep out doing my own self. That's funny. All right. Percy, we're on Percy. I don't have nightmares. All right. Uh, um, so I'm gonna talk about for myself for a little bit, and then I'm gonna keep pulling your cards, Percy. I'm drawing those cards. Um, Worst enemy, worst nightmare. Like the worst enemy showing up would be like the worst situation. That'd be the worst enemy right there. And the reality is, we can create any world that we desire. And I love beauty, and I love to support the underdog. And life is totally filled of gains and losses. That's what makes the wins so gosh, because you lost and you lost and you lost, but you paid attention. You kept coming back. You said, I ain't done. I can conquer this. You didn't stay down. You kept getting back up. And because of that, because you got that win, you said, shh, I got something in me that can get me somewhere. And that changes your perspective. It's your perspective of yourself that is the most important thing to have, because this is going to create our future. And at this point, I feel a little like Peter Pan. Yes, I do. Peter, Peter, I do. You know why? Because I did my shadow work. I did so much shadow work on myself that I was like, yo, what you doing over there, crazy chaos dark self? Just chilling out. Let's have fun. Playing with my own shadow, not bothering nobody else. And because I know my shadow, because I talk, because I checked in my past, I'm familiar with myself. At every turn, I know why we did that. I know why that happened. And what? You gonna divide me against myself? Like you been collecting my memories throughout my whole life, your whole life, and you put it together? I don't think so. I believe, and I know that ain't gonna distract me from getting to the show. Let's go, go, go. I tell you what, the party bus is getting fueled up. It's a spirit. Your soul kind of jumps on it, because you got the Merkaba, you got Merkaba that protects you. You got this like shuttle bus, space shuttle bus. It's kind of like, like boom. And yeah, we could go there. It's kind of like, Spaceballs. They got like the Winnebago spaceship, but it's like a limo Winnebago spaceship. It's the party bus. Your soul jumps on, shields are up, just have a good time. That's what the king said, right? The dude, the king. You don't know the king? I ain't talking about no person. The dude. You don't know the dude? Nah, the Lebowski, the dude. Yeshua. Yeah, that one. Yeah, man. He said, don't worry about all that fighting. He said, don't worry about the world. He said, you should come on upstairs with me. Got a nice big old table. We're going to eat, fine dine, put up your legs. We're going to watch a show going on Earth. That's what I check. So I find people, oh, you got to join this, and you got to do this, and you got to change that. I don't got to do nothing except what I notice in my heart. All right, Percy. You know what? I feel like people are like, man, what's this guy on? I haven't had coffee in, I don't know, you probably got a better memory than me. It's been like a week in my world or more. It's been long enough. I just stopped thinking about this. I'm like, it's whatever. It's just too much trouble. And so I haven't had coffee in a while, and I just feel like a little kid who just like a little 5-year-old, and I just got my own Coca-Cola, my own can of Jolt. You remember that Jolt? Yeah, they might sell it some places. Anyways, okay. Oh, you want me to share? So for me, like coffee just keeps me going. Otherwise, I'm just like, I'm here. But coffee keeps like up, and then good old Mary Jane keeps the mellow. So like the mellow can be like shoot. Nobody expects the slow dude to be like, whoa. It's nice to be working real magic though, because it lets you transmute your own reality, which allows you to transform into a different art, into a different energy type. All right, Percy, the first card is. It was there. There we go. It was there. The first card we got here is the Crowned Pentacle. The Crowned Pentacle is the talisman of fortune. It means that providing the questioner behaves in an absolutely correct manner and remains both wise and level-headed, they shall reach the highest goal. As long as you behave in an absolutely correct manner and you remain both wise and level-headed, that's the only way you reach your highest goal. The next card we have is the Ace of Leaves. The Ace of Leaves brings out an announcement of important news, a change of course, the end cycle, the beginning of a new chapter in life. Arm yourself with patience, skill, and goodwill. They will be essential for your balance and the beginning of your journey. All right. First few things. And if you want to get more technical, the Ace of Leaves nailed on the head. Right? If you don't know how to translate wisdom and level-headedness, then we got words that'll work for you. Arm yourself with patience. So that means we stop. We don't just act. We wait. Patience, skill. You're gonna do something. Make sure we got some skill behind it. Make sure we put some study into it. We can just jump into it and cause problems. Building some skills. You can develop skills every day, whatever kind of skills. I would say kind of jokingly, because I like the movie, nunchuck skills and that kind of skills and bow and arrow skills. But you can develop any skills you want. Maybe you want to develop, maybe work with some nunchucks. Yeah, talent, it's a defense, it's a martial, it's worth learning. So you can learn anything. Anyway, skill. And the last one, goodwill. A goodwill. So going into a situation, let's say the situation is making you feel bad and upset. Well, then you know your immediate action is not going to be good. You don't got a goodwill behind it because the other person, well, I'm just going to say it, they a prick and bothering you. You're just getting in all kinds of ways. So they're not going to allow you in a spot of goodwill. Well, then I need to get myself away from them so that I can make sure and maintain my goodwill. Because I want. So those are three things. One, those will keep you moving forward. Next card. I'm kind of look over. I'm over here. The next card is the Club, the Queen of Wands of the clubs. Powerful in purity. You feel free and untethered. You look at life openly, proudly, consciously, head on. Serenity and calm right from you. I see after a few years of overcoming what you need to overcome, developing and working with those three traits long enough, that you're going to be free, going to be untethered, take life head on. Your calmness will radiate because you know you got this. You know you got this. You were able to overcome that stuff in the beginning. You're able to change things and open up that, go through that new door, that new opportunity in life, that shift. You're going to have positive progress with all them skills you'd be working on. This brings us to our last card. Ashupur Naior. Number 2. And Ashukurai is bringing out a steadfast heart that strikes fear into the hearts of evil. Stand firmly on the ground like a great tree. Do not be swayed by anything. Look into the mirror of your heart. Conquer your doubts. Is there a matter you're having trouble deciding? Try looking into the mirror of your heart. How do you appear to yourself? Look closely, you may find something you never noticed before. Are your feet planted firmly on the ground? If you're not standing on solid ground, you will be unable to see yourself properly in the mirror. Be like a great tree and sink your roots deep into the soil. Stand straight and tall, never yielding to thoughts of darkness or their malicious schemes. Ashuku Naora is one of the five passionate Buras with a large mirror. He sees all, shedding light on all truths in his infinite wisdom. His mantra, Arxiorbia, means the immovable Buddha, a testament to his steadfast heart. When you feel uncertain, Ashuku Naora shatters your doubts and allows your heart to grow stronger. His right hand extended to the ground is an evil conquering mudra which strikes fear into the hearts of all evil. Ashukunara is a savior Buddha, prayed to in hopes of safe childbirth and for defeating darkness. He shields us from disaster and washes away our transgressions, defeating darkness and evil. Now, I got to do this portion before we move on. I got 4 decks I'm working with here. And the last card is number 2. Now, the other card was the Ace of Leaves. Was it this one? Hold on. I just read it on another one. Was it this one? Or was it that one? Or this one? This one. It was the first one. I know it was this reading. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Where's the other one? Okay. I'll leave it like that. No, I'm gonna check the last one now. I'm just gonna check it. I just want to see if it lines up. I just had to make sure. Just wanted to check something. All right. What I wanted to bring out mostly here from Ashuku Naorai is that he's an immovable Buddha. Nobody could move him or separate him from you. Nobody could. Once this divine decides something, it's going to stand. That's stability. That's the same as Tahuti, divine wisdom. These energies we talk about and share are not just some spirit on the outside of us. Yes, there's a conscious and there's a spirit in there, but this is all reminders. All tarot systems, all oracle systems are no more than reminders of the energy that we have within ourselves if we choose to activate it, if we choose to move in those directions. And so know that upon your journey, Percy, you've got those blessings, you've got that guardian, and they ain't going to change your position. They're going to make sure that you can get to that calm that you want to get to. You just, like I mentioned for other people, when you apply the effort, you're going to have results, especially when the spirit's helping you out and you can see those assists, because then you know you're not alone. Physically alone. Physically, you don't look like you have any help. Well, I'll tell you how I feel. Army of one. Army of one. All your ancestors, everything you've connected with, all these abilities, all these different aspects. If we choose to focus on a skill, Any questions? Anything? Comments or anything, person? Super welcome, Percy. Very welcome. Very welcome. And to everybody, to anybody, we've got. If you appreciated the readings, thank you. I appreciate doing those. If you are able, if you did appreciate the reading, you are capable to make a donation, greatly appreciated. The GoFundMe link is on my main page, my main profile page, and otherwise, if you want a free copy of my book, you can shoot me an email. It's setra@yahoo.com, and I'll send you a free PDF copy. All right, solid. Forsaken Kings. I don't need to do a reading for that. You don't need a reading for that. You know, look at a pattern of behavior. I I had nothing. I had nothing to say because when I saw what happened, when I saw and you sent the message and I didn't see that message until days after you sent it. Like it was quite some days. I I I don't only jump in and check those particular messages, but I forget to. Yeah, I haven't made that a massive hit with that one. And but the very first moment I saw that, I'd be done. I'm done. I ain't going back. I'm out. I'm done. I ain't going back. Yeah, yeah. Look at what happened. It's a repeat offense. It's a repeat. That means it's going to happen again because they were successful twice. And where somebody was successful twice, they're going to go for a third time and a fourth time. And they're going to keep going until something bad happens. And for me, when I see one, two bad happen, shh, shh, I just see one bad happen. I'm out. I'm out. But that's, people's own personal lives and their jobs. That's not, people aren't, that's not what they want to hear from me. That's not, um, that advice is not naturally taken. Um, but that's a reality that I saw there, and I've been aware of it. And um, people in that, I put myself in those shoes. I put myself in your shoes. That happened once. That happened again. That's not just a pattern. They were watching and paying attention. They knew that there was going to be a reaction and they waited and then they acted. So there's an intelligence. It's not just a mistake. There's an intelligence behind it. There's motive behind it. I felt motive. When I connected, I felt motive, very specific motive. I don't know what, I don't know towards who, I don't know how, but I felt motive behind whatever in that situation is going on. And that means complete disassociation, complete separation. Because if the group gets hit, everybody, if one gets hit in the group, the whole group's going to take the hit. That's what's been the evidence already. So I don't need three strikes to be out. Two strikes, I don't need, for me, I don't need a second strike to be out. A one strike, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Nah, that wasn't for me. I'll go try my hand at throwing a football. Mm, but I've been in situations where I knew this one guy, and he kept back. He kept coming back, and chatting and hanging out for 7 months. And the only reason why I could keep hanging out with him because he'd come back once every like 2 months or maybe 3 months. So it was okay. You know, it wasn't an everyday thing. But I stopped giving him advice. I stopped giving him advice. I stopped sitting there and listening to him listen to him complain about his job. I already told you leave your job. And literally 7 months later, he's complaining that they moved him into the basement, into the worst place with no AC. He's working like a dog and he hates his life now. And I was like, I don't care anymore. You chose to stay there. That's on you. Anyways, I'm, I mean, the only kind of people I really mention those that kind of thing to is like, you know, people who I've had some people come up to me and they're like, I want to be a student. I want to learn. I want to walk the walk and everything. And I'm like, I don't think you do. But you saying you do and you still want to, this is what I foresee happening. And if you still want to go, let's go. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Something different could happen. Could be different. And so, sure. And then it gets to a point, and they're like, no, they're not budging. And I'm like, well, personally, I don't fucking care. Do whatever you want with your life. I'm, not my issue. If you want to go on a spiritual journey, well, that requires a change of environment at some point. And we'll have all the coincidences and omens in the world. And anyways, that's that. I feel for you, bro. I feel for you, bro, in like 10 ways to Sunday. You know what I'm saying? And like, no matter what advice I have to say, it's your life has different things going on. And so I don't know what all those things entail. I mean, if I was that company, if I was that company after the second attempt, fence going up, security cameras, done. It's happening. Make the call, get it done. It's a gate entrance now. That's, I mean, if I'm working at a company and that kind of stuff goes down, and they're just like, "Do, do, 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 no problem." That'd be like my dad watching me get beat to a pulp. I got no chance against 40 other people in armor, and he's got the power to go zap and take them all out. You going to stand there and watch me go through, and you ain't going to hit. You got no loyalty to me. I got no loyalty to you. Gone. What was your loyalty? A paycheck? That ain't good enough for me. Not me, maybe for others. I wouldn't. Yeah, see, like, and then see, that's no good. like taking turns walking out every night, every so often. Now you're on. Now what's happening is not only are you mentally exhausted on your own life, because I'm aware of how much you shared, how much. So not only are you already working on a lack of like sleep, whatnot, but now there's additional stress, a survival factor, a worry factor. Oh my, we gotta go check. Did something happen? Oh, did something happen? Oh, did something happen? If I gotta keep fucking thinking about, oh, did something happen? I'm fucking done with it. Me, I don't do that. I don't do that. Like, there was a good buddy, might be watching, but very good buddy. And we were trying to match up to contact each other. And literally, I'm sitting there watching the phone for an hour and a half because that's how long the phone's going to go without turning the screen off the way I got the settings. So I'm watching it, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and I keep looking back and keep looking back. I don't want to look at the phone. I don't want to look at the phone. I want to look at the TV screen, or I want to eat some cookies, or I want to make some coffee, or whatever. And that's yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Very welcome, Forsaken. Very welcome. Said he appreciated the honest opinion and advice. Very welcome. Very welcome. I'm not going to repeat your comment, but Evelyn Victoria. Great comment. I love it. I'm chuckling. Cool. Well, good, 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 good. How are you doing, Jennifer Goodman? Good, good. Yeah, definitely, definitely. What is the symbol on my forehead? Well, one thing that I picked up at a Hindu temple is something that many, 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 many other people do, but they disguise it in different ways and different forms. Okay. For you can take a shape, you can associate with an understanding, and you can actually create a resonance of energy with just, every time you see this shape, it just brings resonance of energy that becomes present. It's a shift. I'm going to transmute my energy. I'm going to alchemize my state of being. I'm going to shift. 333. Why do I put 333 on this? Number one, the ancient Egyptians, if they wanted ancient civilizations all across the world, if they wanted to do anything or calculated anything, they used three methods to calculate where they were going, what they were going to do, what they were studying, whatever the circumstance. Three. Of course, you got Nikola Tesla. It's like, yo, three, bro. Pointed that out pretty clearly. And there's an Egyptian oracle system that I work with. And this Egyptian oracle system, essentially, there's 11 total, but there's 0 and 10 are more like on and off switches. And 1 through 9 through 1 is what we technically work through. 10 is the experience. We work through 9 through 1, and then when we get to 0, we can turn it off. When we can turn it off, we could also turn it on whenever we choose. So we have the on and off switch when we work through all of that. Now, nowadays, any system you look at, along with modern religions, are going to say that there's 9 chakras. Well, I found an ancient Japanese system called Kuji-in. And the Kuji-in explains that we have 9 chakras, 9 primary. Yes, we have more minor chakras, but we have 9 primary chakras. The 2 that they do not mention to you, there's one at the back of your heart, behind, towards your back, but behind your heart, and then the other one, the knot in the back of your skull. If you put your hand back there and you feel that knot at the back of your skull, that's your jade gate. Your jade gate allows you to bypass time when you meditate. There's a system for activating these chakras. We go over it in the morning, but there's visualizations and there's a whole system. So when we go through an event in life, any event, it's foreign to us. We don't know about it. We haven't mastered it yet. We can still get tricked. We can still mess up. We can still not finish, not be able to do it. But when we actually work through those 9 chakras in association with that event, then we're able to actually process all of that, and our life is able to move forward flawlessly. Why and how? Explain that. So what happens is an event happens in life. It doesn't get closed out on the karma level. It doesn't get closed out on the register of events. It's still an active event for you. Maybe nothing recently has went on, but it still winds up affecting you and comes into your life. And you're like, dang it, why is this happening again? I thought I got over it. I thought I did it the last time. The last time was last time. And why am I doing it, going through it again? Because the event wasn't actually processed. We didn't actually get familiar with the energy, so it was completely foreign to us. And what was foreign to us conquers us until we become familiar with it, because until we understand it. And so the 3, 3, 6, 9, 9 systems to process to move into a divine state of being. And this is not something that is just done once, but it's done constantly and over and over and over until it's just a regular state of being. I go through a new event, I got to process through those centers. That means world, that means interactions, that means everything that I know I need to do. There's shamans in the past, and I can't remember where I read it from, but it was a real thing. And what they would do in the morning, it was monks or whoever. I don't remember who or which group it was. I don't remember which group it was, but someone of the sort of a group. And these ones, they would do a triangle in their palm. They would draw a triangle in their palm, and that represented their connection with the Divine Mother. And represented their connection with their own Trinity. Triangulation, to be able to triangulate something really has a solid structure compared to just one line of sight, one perspective. This is a great. The Norse have a Scandinavian have a particular word, and I want to say it, but I know I'm going to say the wrong word. I'm not going to try to say it, but essentially, When one is on their spiritual journey long enough, they do recognize how everything is composed up of a light and a dark, of a chaos and an order. And so they are two different opposite realities that exist within one event or within one person. And so a lot of people, they'll just look at the situation from one side of the view, or maybe the other side of the view. Or maybe some people are a little advanced and they'll look at both sides of the view. But that's not the end of it. Where we take this spiritual turn towards divinity with the try to triangulate what we're looking at is that we see the light, we see the dark, and we see them as one, the yin yang. We see the unification of two complete opposite things and how they can actually coexist within the same being. And when we're able to do that with anything that we view, with anything that we experience, and we know that that's the process to go through, that's why I can unify two different opposing things over something that's like opposing itself. Everybody else seems to be up. I know where I'm at. I'm not messed up. I already worked through it all. I saw that. I saw that. I put it together. I'm moving on. Other people, they just looking at this, so they can't move on with their life. Or they're looking at that, so they stuck on that with their life. Or maybe they just see those, so they're busy supporting this or supporting that. You serve this, serve that, love this, love that. This is right. That's wrong. But then when you put it together in a divine sense of being, then you're like, oh, well, I can't exactly hurt that because if I hurt that, then it's going to hurt that. Well, that changes everything. Because I don't want to hurt anything. It needs to be helped anything. Am I in a position to help it? Nope, not right now. Not getting involved. Going back to Bambi. I ain't got nothing nice to say. Ain't gonna say it at all. I ain't got nothing nice to do. If I can't be helpful, I'd rather not be around. That's just me. I'm not trying to cause a problem. I'm not trying to cause confusion. I'd rather help than assist. So I got real used to that. Scripture said, dust your feet off when they say you're not welcome here no more. Dust your feet off and move on. So people who like, no, I belong here. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to blah, blah, blah. That's the people. That's the people who get in all sorts of situations they don't want to be a part of. What's up, Jim? Morning, Jim. Yeah, last night I think I got shoot. I got 3 hours of sleep, 3 or 4. 4 hours of sleep. I got 4 hours of sleep last night. I'm feeling a little goofy too. Boom, boom. Thanks, Camel, on the 333 on the angel number. Good for the info pull on that. Good team, man. Good team, man. Fill us in all the information. I'll tell you what. I was mentioning the threes because somebody had asked a particular question over on TikTok and didn't answer their question directly by any means, but I gave supportive information so that they could get their mind and have a grasp of that. Um, every piece of magic is going to have a bit of a personal touch, and there's going to be your go-to AI quick reference answer for what something is. There's going to be so-and-so's website for what they think and how they view and how they're presenting that answer. And then there's like really, there's some old, there's some people wrote some really good books thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, all sorts, all times. And those books really, those wind up getting more information than just the surface. See, we use our words to try to describe our emotions, to describe our environment, to describe the state of energy that's currently happening. But on my journey of life, to know something is far different from embodying that something. You could talk about it all you want. You could have read books on it for years, but until you worked with it every single day in and out, wake up and go to sleep with it, that's a different story. You could read about playing an instrument, and then you could try to master the instrument knowing what you know, or you just pick up that instrument, start playing, start working with it. After so many hours, you're just going to be familiar with it. Whether you understand how a note is written or not, the body's going to become familiar with what it's working with. And so it's one's personal associations. Ultimately, there's going to be many associations that are recognized across the board. I mentioned this the other day, the cave paintings. There's cave paintings all around the world. And they pulled up these images and they compared them and they saw how the images actually matched each other all the way around. And it was the same number of images as well. So they had boiled down their communication into images rather than a written language. And the images is what communicated the information. So what you decide an image is going to evoke out of your personal meaning, that's your secret. That's your personal secret. That's your personal connection. And yeah, there's going to be, when we get into reading those old books and seeing those old systems, we're going to start learning, picking up little different things and key things like triangle connected to divine mother aspect. Welcome back, Carter. All right, I got something here. Hold on. I got something. I got a couple articles worth sharing. Ooh, start with this one. Boom. I'll copy the link and I'll share it, at least on YouTube. My this phone don't pick up TikTok too well. Winds up slowing down and all sorts of junk on it. I'm gonna read a little bit. I'm not gonna read the whole article. Let's see. Copy that. There we go. Back over here. There we go. So it's a study on psilocybin, and I'm trying to copy the link here. I don't know if this is going to go through, but I'm going to try to anyways. If that link works, awesome. If not, I apologize. But the name of the article is "The World's Largest Psychedelic Brain Study of Its Kind Just Found Hidden Order in Chaos." Psilocybin, the psychoactive powerhouse in magic mushrooms, is thought to induce brain plasticity, reorganizing neural connections and signaling pathways to potentially alter our otherwise stagnant mind states. Indeed, some users reported increased universal immersion. Da, 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 da. That's not what I'm looking at. The brain disruptions caused by psilocybin have generally been considered disorganized and entropic, with some brain networks shifting from an orderly, rigid state to a more disordered, flexible one, at least temporarily. But that apparent disorder is not the whole story. According to the largest single site psychedelic brain study to date, just published in the journal Nature, we uncovered hidden order within that disruption, explains Devin Stoker, a neuroscientist and consciousness researcher at Monash University in Australia and the study's lead author. Under psilocybin, brain networks that help us process our inner world and the world around us became less distinct, but reorganized into patterns that reflected what people were experiencing. This was strongest in people who had more positive psychedelic experiences and felt less separate from the world around them. Interesting. In a 5-year study at Monash University, researchers used functional magnetic resonance imaging and electroencephalogy (EEG), along with machine learning models and questionnaires to explore how the mind naturally responds after a psilocybin dose. The study involved 62 healthy adults with no previous psychedelic experiences. They had their brains scanned before and after receiving psilocybin treatment while they rested, meditated, listened to music, or watched a silent movie of moving clouds. By mapping blood oxygen signals across different brain regions, the researchers detected a drop in functional modularity, the usual segregation of brain activity into distinct networks. The default mode, the DMN, is a linkage of brain regions, and it appears to be a central mediator. The DMN is like a neurological flight controller, integrating information from different brain areas that perceives heady concepts like space, time, and identity. It's especially active during daydreaming and introspection. Psilocybin seems to relax the division between brain networks, allowing novel neurological interactions. Psychedelic may therefore alter a brain gradient encompassing the introspective DMN and the outward visual network, responsible for processing the things we see to facilitate a shift between our internal and external focus. In relation to the experimental conditions, the greatest global brain organizations seem to occur in response to listening to ethereal music. The effects were attenuated when participants were watching a movie with less disruption to neural networks compared to when participants had their eyes closed, resting, meditating, or listening to music. In other words, the added visual stimuli affected their psychedelic experience. And this shows that context is not just background to the psychedelic experience. What a person is doing and focusing on shapes how their brain responds, explains Adele Razi, a computational neuroscientist at Monash University and studies senior author. Psilocybin appears to engender a sense of unity with the world and environment, a potentially essential therapeutic aspect that may help dispel the existential distress caused by the sense of separation. No hallucinations necessary. Because this comes down to that the researchers, they stress the importance of a state that they call embeddedness, a perceptual and cognitive realization of being part of a unified whole. Additionally, the researchers suggest that experiences such as the dissolution of one's selfhood and the breakdown of existential boundaries may be key drivers of psilocybin's observed effects. People who showed strong reorganization also reported greater positive psychological changes the following day. Stoker says, noting that this nuance has not been apparent in previous brain imaging studies, which may have assessed average effects across groups. Now, I'm not going to read any more of that article, but what I got out of that, and there's a bunch of stuff I got out of that, but what I really plucked out of that was scientists. They understand that a sense of unity, a sense of unity that they called embeddedness, okay, that we carry without a psilocybin, without taking the mushroom. If we truly believe this is our state within, then it is equivalent to being in that state. No hallucination needed. Our unity. Our unity. My unity with you, it isn't defined by a name. It isn't defined by a color. It isn't defined by a flag. It's defined by who we are. And who we are is love. We're creators. We're unified. The whole world is coming online like it never has before. It was offline. Everybody was offline. They were trying to get everybody offline, turn everybody's lights out. The dark ages. The dark ages. Let it be a new thing. I'm not talking about medieval history. I'm not talking about back in the no. Our dark ages is when everything that was happened was a black project. Everything in the reports all blacked out. Everything's hidden, done in the shadows. Everybody getting away with all the bad stuff. That's the dark ages we've been living in. All the lies we accept. Yeah, I'll tell your white lies so I can fit in your group. And then freaking 5 years later, we're the one at the top telling the biggest lie. Because we told the white, we folded. Those were the dark days. Those were our dark ages. The unity, it's not a false sense of unity. It's real. We are connected. omniscience, omnipresence, 1,000 arms. How can one being have 1,000 arms? Because they got 500 people on the ground. That's how they got 1,000 arms. And I see the unity enough. I see the unity happen. Does the world focus on it? Is that what they're talking about? Is that what they're selling? No. Nope. Why? Because everything they had is folding up. And the world's letting them know your shop's folding up. All that dark stuff don't work. You want to keep doing that? Cause some more problems in the world. Volcano this, that. We destroy our world on a regular basis. There's machines chewing away at our planet, turning it into dust and powder so we can make concrete. Marble driveways. What's wrong with people? A lot. And they're destroying and tearing apart our planet to do foolish things. Last time I checked, a bunch of lights, they don't hold up dark. They don't hold up. They shining light everywhere. All them lights, full lights on. There ain't no darkness happening. Was there dark under there? We put a light under the table. Boom, we got that lit up now. Got another one if you care for it. Let's see here. Oh, we were talking about this the other day, actually. The other day, we were talking about being at a state of peace. We talked about it we talked about it many days. But there was one day recently we were talking about how being at rest, at a state of peace, allows the body to be to regenerate. Okay, when we go to sleep, our body's at rest, generally speaking. There's certain issues, certain people, whatever the case. But when we go to sleep, generally our body is regenerating. And once it's fully regenerated, we feel like, I got all my energy about myself. Our body's fully regenerated. We feel like, I need some more sleep. I feel like I'm dragging because we haven't allowed our body to regenerate. So we went to sleep at 20% energy out of 100, and we woke up at 40% energy out of 100. And then the next day, we take ourselves even lower. And then the next day, get less sleep and you get even less energy. And so we're never working, we're never actually living life the way we truly can. Anyways, this is out on the New Scientist. It talks about how wakeful rest may boost brain power in a manner similar to sleep. Try not to read the whole darn old thing to you. For decades, sleep was understood to be a global state that affects the whole brain at once. In deep sleep, the brain reverberates with slow brain waves in which neurons slowly cycle in sync between firing and silence, and mostly disconnects from the surrounding environment. We all know that a lack of restorative sleep impairs our cognitive abilities. When we are sleep deprived, we struggle to recall what we've learned, absorb new information, and sustain focus. We may also be aware that resting while awake seems to partially restore our sleep deprived minds. The article seems to go on, but then it seems like to fade on and to go on, but then there's no continuance of it. Maybe that is just stopped right there. Technically didn't mention any scientists, so I'm not going to worry about mentioning that. Just a nice article there. Usually I like to go for the ones with the scientists. I didn't catch that. But that's what I've noticed. The state of rest truly does allow the mind, a state of peace really does allow your cognitive mind to be able to be active on whatever may pop up. And we're always, we quite often have new things popping up for us. That cognitive mind is very important in stress, worry, all those kind of things. That really makes the brain, makes it suffer. Your brain is power. It is power with your reason. All right. Where do we go? We go. That's actually pretty funny. Um, Talking about Assassin's Creed. It was actually pretty interesting because I had, when I was younger, like the first one, the first three I played through, and I don't know how long it was ago, but I wound up getting Assassin's Creed Origins because it's running around Egypt and you can go into the old tombs and it's like all the kind of Egyptian stuff. And like, boom, like I love that. I love that. I'm running around in Egypt. That's great. You know, with temples and everything. It's amazing. And like I started playing and I looked at the character and then like I'm holding the controller and I like step over the mirror. I'm looking at the character and I'm looking at me and I'm like shit matches. That's a pretty I wasn't trying to do anything like that. I mean it's pretty it's interesting when you discover when I discovered who I am within, the indwelling intelligence within and my own willpower to live my own choices. It's amazing how much connectedness this is. We're talking about unity, and I lived my life like other people live their life, and as I go through, I might see somebody that they have a particular quality or particular trait, and I'm like, that's pretty solid. I don't want to copy who they are. I don't need to take a full on copy of that person, the actor, the character, the whatever. I don't need to copy all of them, but that's a trait I really lack. So I'm going to develop that. I'm going to learn some new habits. I'm going to develop some skills. I'm going to read some books. I'm going to start working on developing that trait for myself. And as we go through life, something we talk about every day, pretty much just about. And so I'm creating new habits for myself. And a habit is something one doesn't think of. You just do it because it's just natural. You've been doing it for so long, you don't even think about it. You just did it. Why'd you do that? I don't know. Because my habit. That's what I train myself to do. And so I grabbed different traits that I saw in the world. I saw in my mom, that I saw in different people, that I saw different characters, actors, this, that, whatever. And I plucked and I selected for what my heart was attracted to. And I embodied and I became. And I said, I like that. Some things, I'll tell you straight up, some things, there was one thing in particular. It was one in particular. And I said, I like that trait. I'm going to do that. And I made the choice and I started developing a new habit and I started moving into that direction of that trait. And as I was a good way down into developing that new habit, I said, no, I actually don't like this. This isn't actually working for me. And I made the conscious decision. I said, okay, then I'm scratching that. We scrubbing that one and we just going to go back to where we were. We'll pick up at that spot. Okay, good. Boom. So I got that out of my system, went back to, started on what I wanted, get back to who I was and move on to something else that I like to try. And to me, that's how the whole world is truly a unity. There's many things that we're holding for others. There's some people and they have very interesting spiritual experiences, and these spiritual experiences, they can often happen on the negative side for people because they weren't ready for it. But they were a shaman in a past life. They were a wise woman. They knew how to connect with the spirit. They were very fluid and they worked for that through many past lives, not just one, but they were a healer. And so when we're alive in this body now, a spirit will sense our vibration. Our vibration is carrying our vibration from the past life. That's our soul. That's our resonance. That's whether we understand what we're capable of or not. That's what we're carrying. So then that distressed spirit is going to come to us. And sometimes people do it and they're not even aware they're doing it. They didn't do anything on purpose to do it. The spirit will jump in and the spirit, it'll stay with them because they know they're a healer. So their best shot to be able to get through this world and get to the other side of the veil is with that healer. But the person, they ain't been reminded that they're a healer. They're not in an environment that reminded of them past lives. They don't have these skills. It's totally foreign to them. So then the spirit just winds up causing seemingly problems to the person's life. Not a good. It gets very bad. It can get very bad. But the spirit won't let the person won't ultimately let, they'll protect the person's life. The person will keep living because the spirit within will not let them falter. Like, no, you're my ship, you're my vessel. I'll keep you going. This happens. This happens. And because people are unaware of it, then people will associate a person to be a bad person because they got these bad things happening around them. Well, they weren't bad. They were actually the best person out of everybody. When I started going to the temple on a regular basis, that's when I started learning. I was already on the shaman route, helping out spirits and stuff like that. But when I went to the temple, I really found the next step, the next level of how much we can help and how much we can allow these spirits to transfer, move, be able to. There's, I've been able to, I've run into individuals, a number of individuals, and they've had some spirits on them. And you don't want them on you no more? Nope, I want them gone. Now I'm like, all right, and I'll do my thing, do this, do that, do my sound, so forth, so on, and transfer happens. Legit, legit. The person feels it. They know. They feel great. I mean, like they feel the energy gone. They know it. And now I'm integrating. Now I'm going through that, and I've learned how to let them live, sin, move on, do whatever they need to do, whatever's next on their ascension level. And this is a lot of real. This happens in our day to day life, and people don't understand. And just the one word that pops into my mind in all those comments is patience. Our patience with other people, the patience of our the reaction, the response of our words, just lightning fast in the moment, just striking, and just a little bit of patience can allow a situation to happen in which we see something and now we have a whole totally different perspective because we didn't ever see that. We didn't know it was like that. Now that changes things. Patience is a very powerful tool. And really, that's Red J mentioned. He said, "I wouldn't say I'm wise, just a learner of life lessons." Red J, you are modest. You're modest, and that's good. That's a positive. That's a positive trait to have. But in your very comment, I'm an observer of life lessons. That is the wisest comment I've ever heard. Not knowledgeable, wisest comment I ever heard. With a whole good chunk of modest misdirection. I do the same thing. I've been doing that throughout my life. Red J, I connect with you 1,000,000,000%. Boom. That's it right there. A collect observer of life lessons. Yo, that's what I've been collecting throughout my life. Life lessons. Life lessons. Did somebody else go through the life lesson and I was standing next to them and saw it all go down? I'll take the lesson as if it happened to me. I'll personalize it emotionally and everything just for myself, not putting it on anybody else, not putting nothing additional on that person. But I'm going to pick up that life lesson because you know what? I don't need it to happen to me in order to learn it. And that's in action, applying knowledge to one's own life. That is the definition of wisdom because now you're making a wise choice of action because that life lesson is that's what's in your pocket, that's what's in your back pocket, that's what you can pull out and get out of a situation. A collector of life lessons. Yes, this is what allowed me truly to get onto the path of multiple rebirths within the same lifetime. Yes, I did say multiple. There's that initial rebirth. Oh, I'm awakened. I see the lights are on now. I see the light. There's that initial one. But on my spiritual journey, there was two more I went through. There was two more. Within 13 years' time, there was two more. Two other major ones. And three total. There's three total. And those are amazing. Those are amazing realizations. To be able to look at the world through a different lens, a different layer. And now there's three layers of vision. Okay? People think we talk about the third eye all the time. There's the pineal gland, right? We got that we got that right there. That's legit. Third eye. I don't take that as number three just for third. Okay, so maybe for you, you got the same vision in both eyes. But for me, I got clear vision in one eye. Glasses help me see farther up close. I can see pretty decent. This left eye, legally blind. It's all blurry. It's all, I can see peripheral. If I need to read something, that letter better be like a quarter the size of the wall. Like I don't care if I put glasses on or anything. Nothing helps the left eye. I mean, like it can, like I just don't use it. It's peripheral. So it's a different lens. And this eye up here is going to see differently. Of course, obviously, that's a different sight. Three lenses to look at this world. Three lenses on top of each other to be able to see what's actually happening behind the scenes. Three aspects to be able to triangulate the coordinates of where the solution lies. The Divine Mother, she has on the Egyptian side, Alset, Iser. She has this three steps. It's like three steps, and they call it a chair, like a throne chair. And there's some stuff I read on the Hindu side, and elsewhere. Yeah, I think it was in there. Maybe it was somewhere else. No, I can't remember exactly where I found it, but I found it, and it mentioned three different placements. So those that are heavily in existence, they don't mix with those of the underworld existence. Completely different vibration. Somebody in this world, and they have like low vibrations, the underworld, they'll connect with those ones. Okay. Shamans and enlightened ones, they could connect with those ones too. It's got to kind of like line up though. And that shaman individual, that enlightened wise woman, that's the one who the divine's going to lower themselves down. They'll talk to them. They ain't going lower than that. They don't want to intermix with lower energies because their energy's already high. So they got to come down and we got to raise up to meet. That's what happens. We bring that information down and we can transfer that information to the lower realms. On the lower realms, if they want to transfer something to the top upstairs, they got to find somebody, wise woman, somebody connected on that energy, and then they can transfer that information up top. The Divine Mother. Now, Egyptologists, they're like, I don't know what the throne chair means. I don't know what this really actually means. They're lost on it. But for me, I look at it, I see it pretty simple. It got three steps on it. It got three platforms on it. The bottom one, throne chair for the underworld. That's a life there. The next platform, that's Earth. Got a throne chair there, got a life there. And the third one up top, that's up on heaven. That's a life up there. So the Divine Mother, she has three concurrent incarnations: heaven, earth, and underworld. And so there's no delay. She has that information. If she thinks it up top, then it's known down below, which is also in the middle, like instantly. But what happens with communication otherwise? There's a delay in communication. So divinity can communicate at all three levels, at all three primary junctures simultaneously. Faster communication is going to give you the victory. Everything I looked at in the past, you can have numbers, you can have everything. But if I have the ability to communicate quicker and you can't pick up my transmissions, I can outmaneuver, I can outsmart, I can move faster than you can. That gives me the slight of advantage. You know, kind of like the X-Wing moving into the Death Star, goes into one little spot and we out, and the whole thing gone. It's good to be a little. People don't look at you. Just looking at some comments here. You know, I really like that, Red J. I scrolled up on some comments there. It only takes one person to break the cycle, and that is a massive thing. I scrolled up. I didn't see any comments. I'm looking. I'm scrolling up, Camel. That's one thing is people have choices and they have their own life to live. And I've learned in my life, I can't worry about the choices of another person. I can't do that. Their choices are their own. The best I can do is to support them the only way I know how, the best way I know how, in any way I know how. And that's what we do for each other. We do our best to lift each other up, to be able to have the patience, to be able to be wiser, to be able to be in a solid state of mind so they can make a sound decision. And that, anything, if to help others make a personal good decision, the best decision they could make, to find an option that before, maybe they wouldn't have. That's the best thing I can do, because it's all about making better choices. And people that were around, their ideas and they set us up with, like, doing the readings. In the beginning, we got problems happening the way the world's set up, and now we got divinity rolling in. We got some assistance, and things are going to start working out. And so truly, my heart stays connected with anybody who wants to stay connected with my heart. Because if you need energy, if you need blessings, ultimately, your spirit is going to connect. Our heart, that energy is going to connect. I won't have explanation, but there's many times I do connect. I do help. When I connect, my energy's going out to them. If they need assistance, I send energy. There's times, and I'd be completely wiped of energy for no good reason. I'd just be laying down. I'd be zapped out energy. Why? Because I worked? No, I didn't do anything. I had no good reason to be tired. There was a good reason. The person I was connected to, they wind up calling me a couple of days later and told me all this stuff that happened when I wasn't feeling good. They were over to overcome their obstacle. They were able to have a good resolution to whatever issue was happening. And that's why I felt tired, because my energy literally went out to them and left me exhausted. That's okay. I'm in a place and situation where, okay, I could do that. It's okay. I'll make it work for myself. No worries, no complaints. I'm glad other people could do better. And so that's the goodwill. People talk about like the evil eye, right? Jealousy. If somebody gets jealous, then their evil eye sends bad energy to you, and that's what causes the problem. We go over a blessing for that every day, by the way, in the morning, specifically to ward against that from happening. Now, what about a blessing eye? What about the eye of Ra? What about an eye that hears the prayers, hears the cries? The eye is open to give blessings and love and goodness. Then, whenever it's needed, it's going to act just in the opposite effect as that other eye. This one's going to bless. This one's going to send good energy. And you might not have known, but Shiva, on the Hindu side, he is known to have two eyes, two third eyes. Yes, two third eyes. And these two third eyes, one is for destruction. You could destroy anything with that eye. The other could heal anything with that third eye. It's our sight. What we focus on, we will destroy or we will heal. What we focus on, we will build or tear away from. And so I make sure and keep focused on love. Because I want blessings to go out. Otherwise, it'd fall into the category like one buddy, one old friend. I told him about the spirits I hang out with, and he got real. He literally took a step back. He said, "Should I be worried about hanging around with you?" And I said, "Well, no, unless you wind up having some personal grudge and wanting to do me harm. Then they'll come out. Then they'll step up. But otherwise, the ones I'm hanging out with, they don't want any extra work. They're chilling out. They ain't even trying to sign up for no extra nothing. So they just kind of they keeping me safe. That's all." Keeping my peace. It's paramount to success. It's paramount to achieving your dreams. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I'm laughing because this dude, Tito17M. I know you're supposed Tito. I don't know, whatever you're trying to spell there, Tito. But this is bro live streaming for 1400 BC. Well, we had to get you some news from the past. We had to give the History Channel some competition. We had to create the Ancient Channel. Great comment. Well, that name sounds familiar. I don't know who that is. Am I in the woods? A cabin in the woods. I used to live in a cabin in the woods. It was I made a hut. It was all natural. It was a hut, and then um, after I put all that together, yeah, I went and got like there was like straw or stuff, like just like it looked like straw, dead grass or whatever. It's real tall. I got that stuff. I bundled it all up together, and I put that as my roof. Literally looked like a hut. I had a couple people when they walked up about 100 feet and didn't notice. They barely could notice anything was they it blended in until they got up closer, and they were like, "Whoa!" And then you saw something there, and then you go inside, and then I had built a 7 walled cabin within the hut in the woods. Cabin in the woods. But I don't know. I guess people in movies they just like run. They're like, "Oh, spirits after me, bro." I'd like to be in a scary movie, a real scary movie. Like, shit, I'm gonna find that spirit. I'm gonna, I'm gonna bring that mug to the ground. No, all right. I need some help. No, learn your p's and q's, mug. You want me to do that? No, you good? Okay. I need some help. Let's go. And I'm gonna collect. I'm gonna go around and collect all these motherfucking demons and spirits. I'm gonna be like, all right, now we got some bad shit going on in the world, and you think y'all bad? This person been doing really bad stuff to people. Divine law just gave y'all a pass. Go on, free on. Turned that movie into a whole gosh darn world paradise setting. How did all that happen? I don't know. It just happened. They run from what they don't understand. That's all. Mark Lloyd said everybody is different, but you are just a joke. Now, I thank you for that. I thank you for that. I do. I'm going to tell you why. Before I lived my life, I followed what was correct. My mom, she passed on. My daughters, they died. And I got a whole bunch more. Got an orchestra, the world's smallest violins I'll pull up for you. But every single story, no matter how you want to classify it, it's going to either be a tragedy or a comedy. Well, my life was it was a tragedy long enough. I cried enough. I still cry from time to time. But it's about time my life turns into a comedy. So thank you for the joke, because that's a smile. That's a smile. Trick or treat. All the treats are gone and all you got's tricks left. That's what the magician does on the stage. It's just a trick. It's just a trick. It made you, ooh. Magicians usually don't make you laugh. That's usually a comedian. I said I wanted to be a comedian throughout my life. I tell you what, I've tried to be a comedian throughout my life. I kept losing. I kept failing. But in all that failure, you keep trying at something, you're going to have success. Now, actually, that's Carter. That's actually a shamanic reality right there. It's real. It's real. It's experience I had, and then I read about this party initiation. Just happens naturally. I'm not talking about from any group. It just natural. It just happens. It's just part of the course of the shamanic journey. And there was one night in particular, and I was done with my old life. I had my car, it was paid off, all that. I literally drove out into the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, threw the keys, left the car, and ran into the thick of the woods. I couldn't see anything. It's practically midnight. Thick of the woods. It's all dark. I didn't run into a single tree. I didn't trip on anything. I wasn't on anything. I wasn't. I heard music. I heard music playing, like boom, boom, coming from my house. So I started heading towards the music, and I wound up walking up to a house that had no music playing. I left, and my spiritual journey, it's seen some miracles. That happened so much in the beginning. That event happened, and that was like the spirit telling me, you're gonna be running through the world. You ain't gonna be able to see nothing, but you listen to me. And I'm gonna make sure you don't trip up on nothing. I'm gonna make sure nothing pops up that you run into and can't keep moving forward. I got you covered even when you can't see. That's real. That's real. There's truths in this world all around you every day, at every angle. There's people who are going to come and they're going to make light of the situation. They're going to stay in a state of fear, state of panic, state of comedy, state of sarcasm. All of those misdirection from being able to get to where you want to go. You can stop off and have fun over there. You can stop off and rest over there. You can stop off and laugh over here. Or you could get moving where you want to go. Because there's people stuck where they at, offering what they offer. They got stuck in life. They weren't able to move forward. So they said, this is all I got. This is all I'm going to work with. This is all I can ever do. Well, I recognize when a boat is dead in the water. When a boat ain't moving and can't move, it's stuck up on whatever it's stuck, rocks or sinking or whatever. I see that. I see that. And I saw the behavior that caused that incident to happen. So if I pull over my boat to help over that person, guess what? Their behavior, it ain't going to change. They're going to do that same thing to my boat. I'm not just going to help them. I'm going to get myself sunk. I'm going to be dead in the water too. I'm going to keep moving. I got to go with the flow. Flow is moving. Flow is moving. And that's the world for you at large. From the public scene to the commercials to the advertisements to, oh, he's a bad person because he did this or that, and tit for tat. You know, when I see two people publicly arguing against each other, I see two 5-year-olds. I don't want to pick either of them. They're both stupid to me. They're both child. Why would I want to give my coins to a child who's going to just argue with somebody else? So when they get into a seat, they just going to argue with somebody else. Argument don't get you nowhere, but just more problems. Solutions are different. Solutions, we examined that, looked up, top and down, problem solved. Done. Got it. Yeah, it's taken care of. You're still talking at the drawing board? Not me. I moved on what I knew I should move on. Everybody responsible for their own life. Truly. And as much as we can to help each other in whatever capacity we can. I've been a lot of places, known people. And when I move on, I typically don't keep contact with the people who I moved on from. Not because of a bad ending or anything of that nature, but because I'm not there anymore. I don't have the financial resources to send and say, there you go, you got yourself covered and that's not me. Not right now. Not yet. But if I'm around somebody and wherever I'm at, physically being on a regular basis, and somebody around me needs some help with something, well, I'm around, I could help. I got ability. What you need help with? I'll follow your lead or do what you need me to do, or I just create the solution, do it myself, whichever one. You know, I'm happy to help because I'm there. I can do that. But if all I'm doing is just talking to somebody on the phone, I spent all the time with you in person. I did what I could. I gave you all the best advice, but I'm not there. I can't move those things for you. That's your responsibility. That's your action. That's your decision. That's your life. Those are your things that you have to decide to do. If I wanted to be in that situation, I would not have moved forward. I would have stayed in your boat that was dead in the water. But I said, I want to keep moving down the stream. So I pushed, you know, I had to keep moving. And I understand that my environment that I'm in proximity with is what I can affect. And everything else, I'll send blessings as much as I can. I'll send the energetical help. I'll send those out as much as I can on that realm. And that does come through. People do feel that, do connect with that. That does have results. Amazingly amazing, positive results. But a real truth is that if you want to make any decision in your life, let's get spirit, magic, and all that just out the out the way for a moment. If you really want to make it do something, when we make a decision and our actions support that decision, we're integrating with life and we're developing and we're moving forward, or we're deciding to stay where we are. And for each one, ultimately, we can't move each other on their journey. Just like somebody mentioned, I saw it in the chat log, and it made me, I forget their words of what they said, but it made me think of the expression, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. They say you can give them the information, but ultimately that choice is in their hands to do for their own life. That's not our decision. And respecting somebody else's, respecting their course of action, respecting what they want to do, that's paramount. That's the hardest thing that a parent can do for their child, is after the years of giving the instruction to step back. Well, if that's your decision, okay, I've given you your advice. You know as much as I could tell you. And now that decision's up to you to make. Because most times parents, they want to step in. They want to be that safety net. No, don't do that. You're going to get hurt. Oh, don't do that. It's going to happen. You got to let them learn for themselves. They got to get their own experience. They got to get, that's really how that life lesson's really integrated. Take care, Red J. I caught you in time before you took off. So now this is reality. This is reality. Uh, this would be the second time it's kind of coming up, so I'll mention it for Jim. But Jim, this is just my own uh, decisions. Every decision's on their own, but it's came up for somebody else. So I'll go ahead and mention it. I saw in the chat log some reason. As long as you got your job, you can always even be looking for another one. Here's what I found on the spiritual side, and this happened 1 year, and there was 3 people in particular, and they all had the same situation. And I didn't tell each other about each other, I respect each person's for the thing, but they were all going through the same thing essentially. The cards, like they were different cards for the people, but their message was pretty much the same. And what was happening was, because of their place of employment, particularly, there was negative energy present there. There's negative energy present. It was so prevalent that this negative energy was following the person home. That negative energy was what was causing the disruption, mental, emotional, and the rest of life to not be happy, including the job. I told all 3 of them, I told them all the same thing. Leave your job. Another one's going to wind up popping up, and you're going to find one that you're going to have people, and the energy at that job is going to resonate with your energy field, because you must first separate from the negative energy. And once your energy is able to be what it is, then you can match with that next job. It's already lined up. The job, the position, the opening is it's already lined up. But you got to let go of that one first. You holding on to that one and looking for another one, you're just going to take that energy to the next place. You're going to go through the same problems at the next place. Don't do that. It's unwise. Not that's the safe route. That's the human planned route. 2 out of 3 people took the advice. Within less than a month, they found another job, which they stayed in. Great, happy. Everything flipped for the better. Everything flipped for the better. 2 out of 3. The third person, he was coming back to me 7 months later complaining about his job. And I could care less. Literally, I couldn't care less. I didn't care. You don't come to me complaining about the same thing 7 months later, and I already told you what to do. I already gave you the advice. I already connected with this. No, that's not me. I can't be upset. I can't be happy. I have no emotional attachment. That's your life. That's your decision. And yeah, that third one, his job. At the end, by the end of that year, uh, they had him down in the basement. No AC, like just horrible conditions. Horrible conditions. He hated. He hated. But that's not easy to follow because, well, don't we as humans love a safety net? I like to make sure that there's solid ground underneath us before we take a leap. But that's not faith. That's not faith. That's you. That's an individual. I'm not talking about you, Jim, at this point. I'm just chatting. But that's just an individual, you know, following their plans because that's what's safest, not necessarily the divine guidance. In my life, that was a big part of the hermit mode. I mean, it was no different from the hermit mode. My own personal relation to it, working places, whatever the case, and stopping working in those places myself and going into hermit mode. And it was a complete separation of everybody else's energy so that I could get my happy self back. Because if I'm happy, I could do anything. But if I'm not, if I'm in a state of pure chaos and confusion and angst, and I'm confused, I can't see and I can't think, and now I'm frustrated, and the anger's blinding my third eye from seeing my environment. And that you know, we already know that's the road. That's the road that's you know, people talk about. Reading thousands of years. For my own, I'm talking about myself here. I'm not talking about nobody or anybody else's situation. I'm straight up personalizing. And in my own life, um, there's a scripture and it talks about it. The dude, Yeshua, the king. What did a rich man do? Rich man runs up to him. He says, "How do I be like you? How do I be connected to the divine like you?" And the dude's like, "Well, go sell everything, give the money away, and come follow me." Now check this out. He didn't say go sell everything and then give the money to me. He didn't say we're gonna be rich together. He said go sell everything and come on with me. That dude's like, I got a house. I got a family. I got all these animals. People come and help me. I pay them money. They live and take care of their family and are sustained because of what I got going on. You want me to walk? You want me to just sell it and just go on? I spent 50 years putting all this together. What do you? No, no. I'm invested. I'm invested. This is my plot of land. This is my animals. This is my judge. This is my. I don't care if you poor and got nothing. There's people who make the choice of the rich man over and over and over and over and over ever since the words were ever penned and written down in that book and shared from some freaking podium from some man in a dress. You look at me like I'm strange for wearing what I wear. Really? You didn't know? Skirts were the thing back then. Pants, pants, pants. That's the new thing. I mean, medieval history. Pants, that's the new thing. See, at first, before pants were ever invented, there were hosen, hosen, you know, hose, individual legs. And then they had these little holes, little notches in there, and essentially you could tie it off. And so to your main doublet or piece, the undergarment, you tie that off, boom, boom, and hold up your hosen. Yeah. Yeah. And then as time went on, they said, hey, let's cover the tush and let's put a little front piece on it. And then one thing after another, and years passed by, and now we got pants. Got your pants? Got your pants. I'm not into pants. I like my legs built. Um, I'm not into shorts either. Yeah, shorts, pants. I'm not into that stuff. I like the old stuff, ancient stuff. Ancient, and not just old. I like the ancient stuff. So old or ancient. Yeah, it's a compliment to me.
No worries at all, bro. Oh man, what's up? What's up, Black Speak? 1232.
Now, what is this? Am I seeing Nagasarhu Aogori or something? Can someone enlighten me? Actually, we do go over the Stutra for the Naragas in the morning at 3 a.m. Eastern time. I believe that would be -2 GMT. We go live. We read a few blessings to the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, and the Divine Child, Egyptian, Kemetic texts. And then we, at 3:33, we wind up going over literally 2 hours continuous of mantras and blessings from all around the world, from India to Egypt, to Khmer, to Scandinavia, Norse, to got Indian on the American side, got Crow is in there, and there's some of the Blackfoot tribe language as well in there, and we've got some Latin as well. There's Tamil and another Indian language to India. And I know I'm leaving something out. I always wind up leaving one of them out. There's like 6 or 7 languages I wind up reading over. Sanskrit, and there's Sumerian, Um, and we go over those blessings today. And so essentially, my journey went from Christianity, born and raised 28 years. My mother dies. She was my best friend. I was married and I had 2 daughters, my wife, and kept, that went on. And well, after my mom passed on, my life was, my life fell apart completely. And so I was in a I was pushed out of everything, and didn't have my daughters wound up passing away, and I got into ancient Jewish, got into Hebrew, and learning all of that legit. And that took me so far back. I got so deep into that, it led me into Egypt, into Kemet. I started getting into that. That led me essentially a bunch of others, Scandinavian, Norse, so forth, so on, Celtic, a little bit in there as well. And then all of that wound up leading me into a Hindu temple I never even knew or I have the experience of having. Even when I looked it up online, oh, a temple, oh, probably just like any old building I've seen. I walk up to it and it's a different temple. Holy crikey. I walked in there and everything I saw they were doing was just like the ancient stuff I was reading about. Different name, different look, same energy, same being. I already know the story, I already know the facts. It'd be amazing because I was going to the Hindu temple for a while and I was eating their food because they give me food and taking care of me and stuff like that, whatnot. And so I got to eat all kinds of their cooking. Which I loved it all. And I think it's so amazing because that kind of tastes like Chinese food, and that kind of tastes like Mexican food, and this kind of tastes like this, and this kind of tastes like food from all over the world. Somebody came up, they told me a story which lined up with what I was thinking. And they said Krishna, when he came to the earth, he was headed to India, but he ran into other places and wound up interacting with other people. And he shared, the cooking and all that kind. He shared. So they have different portions of the food of what he cooked and brought forth. In India, well, he finally found where he's going, shared everything. So I'm trying all the different foods and everything in the world out of their menu, essentially, their own style and cooking, everything. I'm just like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. That doesn't just kind of make sense. It fits. The puzzle piece fits because of the divines. The reason why there's pyramids all around the world is popular. Good idea spreads. Divinity copies great ideas. Loves wisdom. Wisdom life lessons, that's for sure. I'm looking at some questions. No, I think I read that stuff. I guess maybe. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, Jim. All right. Sneaking the bank. Sneaking the bank. That's a great one. That's a great one. Oh man. Oh, that's cool. Thanks for saying it. That's totally cool. Screen shared in the voice channel. That's awesome. It is that time. And so if you join just at the last moment there and haven't been a part, I'm live every single day. Like I say we, and it's just fam, people hang out, friends, brother, sister, not blood, just connected in our paths of life and sharing the love, sharing the goodness, and at 3 a.m. essentially 2 - 2 GMT, I believe it is. We go live every single day, and We go over blessings, and essentially at 3:33 a.m. we go over 2 hours worth of blessings, and then we do tarot readings, or I'll read something from a book. I'll read stories. I'll read in English from the blessings, because those 2 hour blessings are in other languages. They're in their origin languages, as their blessing originally was, and so that's gone over, and you just resonate the good energy and stay positive, and yeah, that's about it. But much love, many blessings. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for sharing in comments. Thank you for asking questions. Uh, Thanks for being you. And thanks for being in this world. The world needs you. You are special. You're a star. You're not a fallen star. You are a shining star that landed right where you're supposed to be, to grab the lessons you need in order to create what you desire to be. Because what you desire to be is your creation. It's your first creation, your first actual creation. And when you do that, and you're a new person, and there ain't nobody who can hold you back from doing what you love to do, and what you love to do is good stuff. It ain't hurting nobody. If anything, people liking it. That's when you get your real rebirth, your full on resurrection, because you reached back into your past and you pulled back your little childhood self, and you're like, yeah, I remember that little rascal. What's up? I remember being like that. And now you got your happiness about you. It don't matter how old you are, it don't matter how young you are. How many times you lose your childhood self, and that's that innocence, the innocence of fun. Well, I found out that I can protect myself, and I can have that innocent fun. I could even nurture myself when I need to. Why? Because the divine mother, the divine father, and the divine child, that trinity lies within each one of us. And when we connect that mind, body, and soul, ain't nothing can separate you, ain't nothing can dominate you, ain't nothing can stop you from grabbing what you want. Because you a creator, and you're going to create a solution to get where you're going. Much love, many blessings. Until we see you tomorrow, Donna De Kauai.